You ready to go on the TV? You ready to be a star? Hey,
This music,
what's up? Yeah, I like this one a lot. This is one of my favorite ones so far. I don't want to turn it off. Okay, I'll play it out too, so they'll get to hear the full version at the end. Welcome. We're back for our evening stream. Feel free to hop on. Let me put my banner on. The link should be pinned in the chat. And we just got through watching Meow Wolf. And
Meow Wolf origin story.
Charged up with inspiration now. I want to be the Meow Wolf of streaming communities.
Yeah. That was my hope to inspire. That's what I wanted everyone to kind of see, because like I think that when you see like a documentary like that shows basically just a bunch of like, you know, young adults or kids or whatever you're gonna call them, like that manage to pull something off like that and actually turn it into not just a successful art thing, but also successful business and something that actually transcends its like initial origins and everything like that. I think it shows you that, like, you know, like it's like that as an artist, you're not completely trapped inside this, like, you know, struggling artist syndrome forever. And it's all because they were like be collaborative. They were willing to work together, and they without necessarily sacrificing their individuality, but like they still would come together like to make, like, you know, like the big pirate ship thing. You know, that was like maybe one vision, but it was executed by all these individual artists doing individual little things throughout it. I think like what they do with that is so amazing. I just regret the fact that I haven't been able to go see one in person yet. But like I said, they have one here, but it's expensive. It's expensive. Yeah, I can't afford it. I don't have any extra money.
You get it. You could write it off as a business expense if we get it funded.
Well, sure, but I don't have. Research. I mean, I don't. You have to still have the money first as a business expense to spend it, and then get it on your taxes. I don't have. Like we have no money to do like anything. But we get a little bit extra cash just for gas money to get around a little bit from family, but that's all we have. We are poor as the poor person gets, but you know, that's okay. It doesn't take money to be happy, but it takes money to, unfortunately, to do a lot of different things, I guess, but not to be happy per se.
We're trying.
I thought John was in there for a little while. Well, I guess he dropped out.
Yeah,
I didn't know
he was.
He didn't. I don't think he wasn't around by the end of it, so I don't know when he left. But
by the way, we have a Discord server and we have a movie channel in there, so we're going to start showing all kind of movies, and other people can use it too to show whatever they want. So if you want to hang out and watch movies and stuff, just contact me and I'll get you an invitation.
I like the name you came up with. It.
The name
of the Discord server. I think that was a cool name.
What was it?
The Center Holds. I like the fact that it kind of looks a little bit like young server icon, but it's like swirl.
Oh yeah, that was all intentional.
It was okay. I wasn't sure.
I was trying to keep the centrist community together.
I think it was very clever.
He was ready to scatter it to the wind. In fact, that missile should be hitting any hour now.
Well, everyone's already abandoned ship, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's not like anyone's still over there posting, are they?
Yeah. How much are we up to? Oh, wow. There was like 20-something people in it, and now it's like 40.
How many were in Paul's total?
I don't remember. I think it was over 100.
Well, I guess there weren't.
That means we're going to have some civilian casualties.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, they're definitely not everyone who is a member was just participating though. It seems like everyone who is participating must have gotten the message. So, and if anybody out there who didn't get the message and didn't get they couldn't get the invite to join, just know that you can just like anytime, all you need to do is just come over and just let us know, and we'll give you the link. I think I'm kind of more excited about this server anyway. I feel like it's a little bit more, I don't know, especially since it's funny. Like, I mean, I made the comment earlier on there, like that it seems like Mr. PF Young has been more active on this new server than he ever was at his old one. Which I think is funny. It's just like I never really saw him much on his own server, but now that we have like this like kind of neutral, not specific to his channel server, then now it seems like he posts more on it. So
yeah. And it's like mostly his community, so it's a way for him to engage with them with less pressure and responsibility.
I don't really understand why he felt so much pressure and responsibility from it. I don't feel like anyone was ever putting a lot of pressure on him for it, but whatever.
Well, you're not in his position, and you don't. This is his vision. This is his Meow Wolf. So it's not people putting pressure on him. It's the pressure of being in that role.
Fair enough. That is truly that is the absolute truth, and I don't. I have never started a channel and a Discord server community to go along with it, so I don't.
I mean,
actually.
I don't feel that kind of pressure, but then I don't have the ambitions that he has, or the like he is much more conscientious about his branding and his image and aligning it to his goals. And I don't worry about that stuff. I just do it for fun.
Yeah.
Mine are more like hobby communities.
Well, I mean, I feel like it. I mean, I think it's a little bit more important to you than that, maybe. But like, I mean, I know what you mean.
Well, my hobbies have always been important to me.
Yeah. Okay. But when people hear the term hobby, I think they tend to think of it as being something that's like less important or like not that big of a deal.
Well, they can think what they want.
Well, sure.
That movie reminded me how because I'm not really an artsy person, but I kind of used to be. And when I had this art project when I was a teenager at the gifted school I went to, they gave us dog tags. We had to wear them all the time, and they were on a chain. And I started putting like random stuff on my dog tag chain, like pieces of colored paper and shoelaces and like I had a pair of scissors, and I would gradually add more and more things to it as I found it. And it became this found art piece. And then I started stringing more and more dog tags together, and it became this giant. It hung from the ceiling to the floor. It was like a time capsule. It had every piece of junk you can imagine that I had collected over the months that I kept adding to this thing. And it hung like a sculpture in the corner of my room when I was through with it. And I was kind of really proud of it. And it reminded me of some of that Meow Wolf stuff. And then when we were moving, my mom threw it out because she thought it was trash. She said it was trash. And I wasn't around to stop. I wasn't there when she actually made the move. So she threw a bunch of my stuff out, and that was one of them.
Yeah,
I've never tried to do art again.
You know, I was never like an artsy person in that same sense, but I always was around I was always in those communities though. So I think that's where a lot of the connection I have to it. It's like, even though I may not necessarily recognize, I'm not a kind of person that can make, like Lindsay is, but I'm not the kind of person that has that kind of talent to make like, that has the talent to go into a wall and start painting like this thing and like make it like, I'm not that kind of person, but like I've always been around people that were and that did, and I've always been kind of the person that helped organize those people. I've always been very good at being the person like kind of at the center of that storm and kind of keeping everything kind of focused and like in a, you know, it kind of help directing it into a something that's cohesive. So I mean, I did that. I had a venue in Longview, Texas, a long time ago, and that's kind of what we did. We had a whole like that documentary reminds me so much of the kids that we opened that venue with. It was called the Silent Planet, and like we did shows there.
What planet?
Called the Silent Planet. It was the name of the venue. It was like there was like this really weird guy in Longview, Texas, who owned basically a sweatshop. I'm not gonna lie, he basically owned a sweatshop, making weird athletic clothes, and he was like this guy who like he was kind of a multimillionaire. That he at one point, I don't know if he still does, but he owned the Guinness World Records for the world's strongest legs. Swear to God, this is
World's
true.
strongest what? Legs?
World's strongest legs. He held the Guinness World Record, his record title for the world's strongest legs. I don't know.
How do they measure that? Like
I
he
don't know.
lifts
Let me
things
see.
with his
Let me
legs?
see if I look up world's strongest legs and see if I can remember. I can't remember his name off the top of my head anymore. It's like I used to know it. Like I can't believe I've forgotten it. But he was like this really weird like bodybuilder guy. Let me see. World's strongest legs. Oh, that's not him. Wasn't I mean it used to be if I looked it up online his name used to come up and I can't remember what it was anymore. It's not on here now these days. Maybe it was like strongest thighs or something. I don't know. The guy was weird though. He was a really weird guy. Anyway, and we had to I used to put shows on at this coffee shop in Kilgore, Texas, which is near Longview, and the our relationship with the woman that owned that place kind of soured because of something really dumb. I mean, seriously, it was very dumb. She was like, it was supposedly like a Methodist ministry of some sort, even though they never did anything religiously oriented. And she felt like the shows I was bringing in I was focusing too much on money somehow, even though we weren't charging anything for them. It made no sense. I was paying my own money to bring bands in and not making anything off of them, and I was focused too much on money. It was very weird. And so I had booked like 3 bands. I was doing it just because I loved bringing shows in, and we had booked like 3 bands, and we didn't have a place to put them all of a sudden. So, this friend of mine had heard of this guy. God, I wish I could remember his name. Anyway, they heard of this guy. There's this building downtown Longview that supposedly that he had let some church group hold these Christian raves up in his building set at one point. And so we were like, okay, so we'll go try to talk to this guy. And we went and rang the doorbell and rang the doorbell and rang the doorbell, and nobody ever came. We went back the next day. We did 3 times. We did 3 days in a row. And finally, on the 3rd day, he let us in. And he talked to us, and he was like, I wasn't gonna let you guys in here, but you guys have been persistent. I respect that. And we were like, all right, cool. So this is what we got going on. This is what we were trying to do. And he's like, sure, I'll let you use the space. No big deal. And he takes us upstairs and his sweatshop building was in what I can only describe as an old. Well, actually, it's not only can I only describe it as it literally was an old meatpacking plant. And this meatpacking plant, when you went into the door, there was this big conveyor belt that the meat used to come down. And the conveyor belt still worked, so it was kind of cool because you could use it to haul equipment up. It's really strong, like conveyor belt. And so you went in, and there was this long staircase, and it had these 2 huge public restrooms, and it had all this space in it. It was this amazing space. And I had this group of scene kids that I knew from the other space, and I got everyone I knew together, and we all went crazy. We repainted the place, we redecorated it, we got it all ready. We created a green room for the artists. We did all this stuff, and we managed to run a total of 5 shows. And then after the 5 shows, though, then we pissed off some people that were next door. There was an antique mall next to us that used to use the parking spaces that were rightfully ours, but they couldn't use those parking spaces anymore because we were there. And they got mad and called the fire marshal on us. And even though we had already cleared all the stuff with the city, the fire marshal came back in, re-inspected, and decided that we would need to do basically $1 million in renovations to keep going. So we had to shut it down.
Well, why did they clear it in the first place?
Because there was nothing wrong with it. The only reason they did it because there was the people that and the antique mall all new people in the city in City Hall. They just called in favors to get it to get the place shut down. That was all it was. No, they didn't. Even though we weren't open at the same hours, then we did our shows late at night. Their antique mall closed at 4:30 in the afternoon, but we were there during the daytime, setting stuff up and everything like that. And it was really.
If they cleared you the first time, doesn't that make them look bad if they go back and say, "Oh, we missed all this stuff. We have to get it updated
Yeah,
after all"?
I mean, you would think so, but it didn't. I mean, what I mean, we were completely powerless in it. Like we had no real power in it. The guy that owned the place, he did to his credit, he tried to fight them a little bit on it, but pretty much like he didn't it was like you can't fight City Hall kind of thing. And so basically, like it was just like basically they're one of what it comes down to is that the wife of one of like the main city council members used to like had a booth in that antique mall, and it was like her pet project, and like we were taking up her parking spaces, and so she basically called like the fuzz on us and like got us shut down, and that's what it came down to. It was stupid. I was like 19 when I did this, so this was like a long ass time ago. But we ran like 5 shows or so, and it was super successful too. Like every single show we ran, we sold out to capacity. We sold every single like refreshment we had available. We used to like sell like shirts, and like we would just go to we would go to like Goodwills and stuff like that and just find like cool old retro clothes. We put them on a rack and sold them. We sold every piece of clothing. We sold every bottled drink we bought. Everything that we put out for sale. All the bands that came through sold tons of merch. We did like something between 300 and 500 kids on every show, more than we're supposed to. I think our capacity is only supposed to be at like 250, but no one ever came by and checked our capacity when we were there, so it wasn't like they weren't calling us out on our capacity or anything like that. It was like the fire inspector came up completely separately. Like whenever I was there, I was the only person there. I was just doing some basic like just clean up stuff from one of the previous shows. And the fire inspector showed up and was like, oh yeah, we got reports of something, and like we have to like come and check it out. Like all this, there's all this stuff that they said we had to change that they hadn't said before. It was bullshit. Anyway, that was my first like experience with like putting on shows or something like that. And like that documentary just reminds me so much like the group of kids that like I had around me back then. And then whenever I ran the Tropicana Cinema in Las Vegas, it was very similar. I built a team there. Just like I kept a few people on that were there that were hired whenever I first started, and then I hired a bunch of other people that I found that I just met like that came and applied, and built a really strong team there. And we put on like midnight movies and the Rocky Horror Picture Show and all this. And it was great, I did such a good job managing that theater that to the point where it made a profit, and the owner was able to sell it.
Oh,
That's why I lost. That's why I'm probably still doing that job to this day if it weren't the fact that the guy that owned the Tropicana Cinema at the time, never wanted to own it. He bought the whole shopping center, and the cinema itself was a pain in the ass for him because it had all this extra like costs attached to it and all these extra insurance and everything that he didn't want to deal with. But he owned it, and so he had to deal with this stuff. So it was cheaper for him to keep it open was to close it.
We would go
And
after work down to the bar.
Yeah, and so it's basically he hired me on, and I didn't know that's what I was doing. He was really focused on like, yeah, I really want to see somebody come in here and really make this place make money, and I did that. I took that as a mission, and I got the place cleaned up, and I got it running smoothly, and the place where it was making a really decent profit for a movie that the theater that only cost $2 a admission. And we made a lot of money off of it. And then as soon as it was making a profit, he found somebody to buy it and like sold it. And like the guy fired the whole staff he fired all the management staff because he wound up running it himself. So, I have like a long history with like venue facilitation. And like I love building teams. I love building teams of outcasts and like and bring them together and doing an impossible thing. It's like the thing. It's like the most addictive thing in the world to me. I love doing it. It just makes me very happy. Anyway, I'll stop showing.
well, good, because that's what we need here
Yeah, right.
is a team.
There's a bunch of people on, but nobody. I'll see if anybody wants to come online and like talk.
Well, if nobody comes on, we can stream for like an hour or so and then watch a movie.
Sure, I'm gonna let see. I'm gonna let I see that Anton's on, and John.
I mean, I posted it in the Discord, so everybody knows we're here.
Yeah, they don't necessarily pay attention to it.
mean, I don't like to bother people. I don't like to beg.
I don't like to beg, but I don't mind bothering people. You know what? Like if they ignore like a like like Anton's actually on the thing. John's on mobile, so I'm not gonna bother him. Just on mobile, but I have no shame about things. I don't give a shit. I have learned, like, that is one thing I have learned over the years. Like I still have to, something I have to fight all the time because I get shy about things. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to bother people. But the truth is that if you don't ask, people don't answer. So it's like the worst they can do is be like, nah, I'm busy, and that's about it. Like I guess if
Yeah,
you
but I don't want to like.
well, I'm not
People know
harassing.
we're here. I want them to. It's like self-determination. I want them to come because they have the intrinsic motivation to be here. I don't like to have to.
The thing that with me though, like I will say, like I would have come on streams a lot sooner if I was like specifically invited. I know that sounds strange, but sometimes it's like sometimes people don't want to go on a stream just because they don't feel like that they specifically are invited. Like, and I feel like that's like
Well,
it's just a thing that people feel like they feel like, yeah.
well, I can't do anything. Like they need to get over that because like if
I
people don't know
agree.
by now that this is an open panel and I even have the banner going at the bottom, then like there's not a lot of psychological finessing that I want to do to grown adult to kind of coax them onto my stream. That's just not my style.
Sure. But that's what I'm for then.
I want the people like Joshua that can jump on and just start. And Anton's come on plenty of times. I don't think he's one of those people.
I don't think he has either, but he probably. I don't think Anton. I also don't think Anton plays a
Like
lot.
I just assume my assumption is adults know we're here, or if they're interested in knowing, they can find out we're here, and they will hop on if they choose to.
If you want my
Because
attention,
that's how I operate.
you gotta poke me a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, as what Lindsay's saying, like like she even if she used to be involved in Discords and stuff like that too. She used to be on like a lot of like Twitter stuff, and she used to be like on Discord and stuff like that. Like, and like she would get to the point where like if somebody wasn't like reaching out specifically to her, she would never like respond to it. A lot of people are like that for some reason. I agree. I know where you're coming
I
from,
like
but
things to be organic. Like if anybody's out there feeling that they need an invitation to come on the stream, come on the stream. You have a standing invitation. Don't. I'm not going to hand invite you every time. This whole stream is for people to come on and have conversations. So if that's the only thing keeping you, then please overcome that.
What was your favorite part about the Meow Wolf, Jeff?
Lindsay was talking. Did you hear her? Can you hear her?
Mhm.
Can you hear her? Okay.
I can hear her voice, but I can't hear what
Speak
she's
up a little
saying.
more, baby.
I just have a cold.
She has a little bit of a cold, so she was trying to ask you what your favorite part of the documentary was.
I love the house. Like the house,
Yeah,
the
the
final
whole
product.
concept,
I love haunted houses. I want to go see the house.
I wish that I don't think that one's still up anymore, but like I wish it was. I wish that they still did the house thing. Maybe
I
it
thought
is.
it was the permanent installation.
It might be permanent. Maybe it is still the one in
Let me
Santa
look at
Fe.
their
But
site.
I think they changed it out, but I could be wrong. But like it might still be permanent. I know like the one that's like the grocery store thing that's very similar to it, where like where
House
where
of
you go
Eternal
into
Return.
the
Let's see. It looks
convenience
like
store,
it might
grocery
still
store
be.
place.
I wonder
Like
if there's a video tour.
there is somewhere. Yeah, I've watched a couple of them before, but they keep it kind of like there might be some like independently made ones that like aren't officially, but on their official channel they keep it kind of vague because I think they want people to actually come see it for themselves. But yeah, that they have put some stuff out. Like the grocery store one used to put out like these little like tiny videos all the time about that would just be like these advertisements for like products they were quote unquote selling. That would be like really sarcastic or like weird surrealist stuff.
Here's a 30-second one I can play.
Sure, yeah, go for it. I shouldn't have this right here. Bothers me.
What's the makeup? What's the makeup?
Maybe in the future.
Okay, y'all watch how cool this house is. Oh my god, I like that.
Yeah, it's not even like that's not even the kind of stuff I've ever wanted to do. But I respect so much what they do, and like the fact that like it's just like all these artists coming together to make something that's like that couldn't happen any other way besides a bunch of artists coming together and collaborating like that. It's inspiring to me just because it shows that people can not be like prima donnas and that they can actually choose to work together towards something that's like a collaborative good without becoming some sort of like collectivist like beehive mindset too. It's not like they're all like doing like they're all like the exact same wavelength doing the same thing. It's like a bunch of different things that have like the same kind of more or less like they have the same goal to create this thing that it has a harmony to it, and like it's like a band. That's how bands are, right? Like a band that really works together really well. It's like you have your singers and you have your guitarists and you have your bass and your drums, and like they're not all like sharing like one mind or one brain. They are all like individually like contributing something unique to the song. I mean, unless like a solo artist is like directing every single artist to like do the exact thing they want. That's a different situation. But a band is really something where it's a truly collaborative effort, and I think that's what you see with what they do. And I think that's just I don't know, it's amazing to me, and it's just proof that it can work. It's something I've always wanted, something I've always believed could work, and I never saw it until I saw the documentary. I never saw anyone actually pull it off. It just I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen artist collectives before, but they took it to a scale that I've probably never seen.
And in a way that was like interactive and interesting in a mainstream way, even at the beginning, you see the little girl like that's like Meow Wolf, yay! So even kids want to go see it doesn't even matter like what age you are or anything else like that. Like I mean, even though I think some of their exhibits, from what I understand, like have some like maybe some more adult kind of themes to them, but like they're not. It's nothing that's like that's like overly adult or anything like that. It's just like something that like literally anybody can get something out of. And that's something I want to do particularly. I don't want to make like Meow Wolf artists. I would love to work for them if I would work for them in a heartbeat just because of the fact that I respect them so much. But at the same time, it's not necessarily my goal, but I see what they do, and I think
I would love that.
I think that I can apply that principle to what I love and what I do, and I see that as
I would tear that shit up.
yeah. Lindsay would work for them. And by the way, baby, I just looked online, and they actually are hiring for the one level in Dallas. You need to look at that.
Okay. Tomorrow morning, I'll
in Dallas, I just looked at Meow Wolf jobs in Dallas, and there's actually like 5 job openings. So.
Okay.
You should apply. Both you should.
Of course.
I mean, I'm actually not qualified for any of them because they are like they're very much artist type positions, but she's totally qualified for them. So Lindsay has an actual degree in art, design, and technology. Like that's actually like the kind of degree you need for that sort of thing. So, I mean, assuming they have any respect for degrees at all, which I don't know if they do, but I hope they probably have something. Let's see, I'll show you right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna apply.
They have just a team associate, a guest services manager, and director of exhibition and facilities.
That's probably director.
And more. So take a look. Oh, what? It just went. Oh, damn it! I pulled it up for her, and then the phone freaked out. So hold on. There you go. Anyway, yeah. Last time I looked, there was no jobs available for it. Did it just print again? Lindsay, I feel like what? Anyway, but like, yeah, I see like that every time, like anytime I think about like the things like I want to do, or I think with the open source studio thing or anything like that, I always think about Meow Wolf as being like like proof that something like that can work, even if it's not like even if it's not the exact same thing that I'm trying to do. That it's possible to do something kind of crazy like that, and like and like yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of woke shit that goes along with like a lot of those people and stuff like that. I'm sure a lot of those people are probably insufferable when it comes down to it in some ways, and you kind of see some elements of that. But I still like I'd be fine with working with a lot of those people because they seem pretty open minded and they're not. Maybe they wouldn't be. Maybe they would be total assholes. I don't know, but
My roommates and their friends are like that. They're both theater majors. They met in college, and they did all this theater work. They made a movie. There's like a whole little group of those kind of artsy people that hang out at the house all the time.
I did 34 shows in 4 years.
How many?
Yeah.
34.
Wow. Art shows?
34 theater shows.
Theater shows.
She works in theater and
in tech, stage tech.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, she designed.
Oh.
That's what Meow reminded me of. I did stage tech for a year, one summer, and it reminded me of stage tech, like really high concept, large scale stage tech.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what she did that's what she studied college for. She did it in high school for 2 or 3 years too, and then she did it in college for 4 years. That's where she got her degree in.
I got a scholarship called the Western Undergraduate Exchange, which was where, like, if you live in a different state and you want to go to another state to go to college, if you get this grant, what they do is they take somebody who wants to go to your state to go to college and swap you over, and then you just pay in-state tuition to go to that state college. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, so basically, she did a like kind of like a student, kind of like almost like a student exchange program kind of thing. I guess you call it. John just messaged me and said he's watching my short film right now. We can play that. We can play that in the thing anytime too. If he wants to see it. I mean, we can play on the stream, but it does have like a 1.5 second shot of nudity in it. So I don't want to get in trouble for that.
They just put Rowan's video back up. Did you see his rap battle?
No, I didn't see his rap battle. He had a rap battle.
We can. I don't think you'll mind if we play it. He did a rap. It's Destiny and Jordan Peterson, and then he got all of this attention on it. Like it was posted on all of these major sites. It was featured in Destiny has like or I don't know if it's Destiny. It might be a fan of his. Does like a recap of the Destiny stuff of the week, and it was on that, and everybody kept it. So it was like it went viral everywhere. But YouTube had taken it down for copyright something. So he got all this viral attention to it, but when you went to actually watch the video, it wasn't available. And they just put it back up. So let's take a look at Rowan.
Yeah, let's check it out. That sounds fun.
All right, here we go.
Yo. Sit down, son, and let me tell you a tale about how to rescue your father from the belly of the whale. I traveled the world, filling stadiums wherever I go. Meanwhile, your life's getting fucked while you're playing Factorial. Like sexual blue hair leftist, yep, you check all the boxes for BPD, autism, and being obnoxious. Think because you talk fast and pull optical tricks, you're saying anything of substance will suck my dick. 40 years I studied philosophy and discovered the fact that my highest moral imperative is kicking your ass and saving the West from postmodern neo-Marxists like you. You'll have to Steven. How about you clean your room? When I'm finished with you, I will have converted your fans. They'll be so moved by my arguments that they'll stop being trans. I offer young men hope, meaning, knowledge, and facts. Your fans watch you defend incest? Yeah, good luck with that. Sorry, Steven. You know I have.
I've never heard Destiny just defend incest.
Oh, God.
I'm a little disappointed. I thought we were here to debate, but about the metaphysics of the back of my hand reading your face. Not listen to dog shit ad homs while you try not to cry. But if you want to make this blood sports, you pick the wrong guy. Every time I see you, you're fucking crying and bitching and seething and sucking the cock for religion you don't even believe in. And losing your license, soon they're gonna rescind your diploma. When I'm finished with you, you'll wish that you were back in a coma. You were semi-coherent as a professor back in the day, before your obsession with dick surgery rotted your brain. The Mentos fuck your mind, Jordan. You can't get back on top of this. Leaves you sucking dick for Percocets like Milo Yiannopoulos. It was the song Bob 7 Max and yourself. Well, the manifesto traps will be another notch in the belt. And when it's all over, Jordan, you ain't getting to heaven, cause you just got your ass wrecked by a dude who's 5'7". Okay, well, it was nice knowing you, my duderino. I'm gonna go play League now.
Not so fast, Steven. I have one more verse. Going after my addiction, man, that just feels wrong. Must be hard living in that 6'3" shower with the song. I'd stick around longer, Steven, but I have lessons to teach. Mama Lena gets strange, man, I'm hurt by ABBA and Preach. You fucking StarCraft nerd, you think you're smarter than me? I taught at Harvard, bitch, I have a PhD. You wanna cancel me? Watch me for 40 and slip? How about you keep your girl off of this Canadian dick?
I bang OnlyFans models every night of the week. Your fans only give them money for a peek at their feet. I wreck conservatives by day, wreck pussy by night, and at least people actually want to fuck my wife. I built leftist YouTube in the conservative age, while you progressed to Piaget's pre-operational stage. You used to be a professor, but you just got outclassed. So take your metaphysical substrate and shove it right up your ass. That's D to the double G, bitch.
That was really good.
Actually, I think that it started out really good, but then like he started like he descended into ad hominem attacks. At least like you know what side. It's really easy to tell. One thing about epic rap battles I love is the fact that it's never obvious what side they're on. They play it pretty evenly. It was really obvious who Rowan was like picking as.
I'm not sure anymore because Destiny is highly pro-Israel. Like
Right.
if Rowan and Destiny had a debate, they would be on polar opposite sides.
That's true. But I mean, in terms of like when he made that, like I mean, like the and there were several points in there that I don't actually understand. Like his, I mean, like Vosh is the one that
I just watched it for fun. I didn't try to.
No. I'm just curious because
very id driven. It was a chance for for his id to come out and play more than anything else.
Definitely. I just thought it was weird that he made that he had like Peterson make an attack against Destiny and defending incest, but Destiny's never done that as far as I know. That was Vosh.
He's talking about the queer theory.
I don't think Destiny doesn't defend queer theory. He's usually against it.
Yeah, I know. That's why you can't overthink it. He's just supposed to watch it for fun. He's just talking about leftists in general. Now, he did make a comment. I know there was some scandal about the girlfriend. And what's his name? Mr. Girl.
Melina, yeah. So like there was a stream whenever Alba or Preach or one of those two guys was there that was visiting Destiny, that they danced together in the background of one of his videos and nothing happened. It was just like when people started calling Destiny a cuck because of it. I mean, Destiny and his wife have an open relationship, so I don't even know.
Oh, he has a wife. That's his wife.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, he has a wife. They have a kid together. I think. Oh, and he has a kid with another woman, but he has a. I watched Destiny a little bit for a while until I just got really tired of like the constant drama shit, and I stopped watching him entirely.
I'm just not impressed with Destiny, but his position on Israel puts me on the same side. It's like strange bedfellows.
Yeah, I was impressed with him for a while because he was one of the only sensible people that was, on either right or left that was like talking about Cal Rittenhouse. That was what the first time I started listening to him. He was really balanced on it. And he wasn't he wasn't saying Cal Rittenhouse was the hero, but he was saying that it was self-defense and it was stupid for people to say otherwise. And I listened to him for a little while about a few different things, and I appreciated some of his balance and opinions on things. But I never but then he started getting into whenever the guy Mr. Girl, whenever things started turning into drama with that guy, I tuned out. I stopped watching him at that point. It was just a bunch of drama all the time. I find drama like okay for like an episode or like for a single like for a single like stream it's fine, whatever. Well, drama's fine, but when it carries on past that to like it carries on to the next stream and the next stream and the next stream and so on. Like I get disinterested really quickly. I don't even just like if the next stream like they start out the drama, I'll just skip it.
Speaking of drama, Talcott's on, and he Charlie Bowles on the panel.
Oh my god, again?
Hank is up there. He has a full panel. I'm not listening to it. I have the audio off, but just an example of the platforms they get.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Josh would know someone that can like take out CBE and Illumidome for us. I'm joking.
Oh, I mean, we don't have to take them out. We just have to control them on our end.
I know.
I don't have to worry about taking them out because they're never going to be on here to begin with.
I know.
It does make it difficult to collaborate with everyone else.
Lindsay, say good night to you. By the way,
it makes community building very difficult for me.
Yeah, it really does.
We're building two opposite types of communities.
Well, the other kind of community isn't even really community. It's just I don't know what you call it.
Well, I think it's community to them, and I think by being inclusive of people like Toilet Bowl and Tommy, they feel like they're doing community, and in a sense, they are. They're providing community to Tommy and Toilet Bowl, but at the expense of what the community could be for everyone else in the community, which to me should be prioritized over the trolls. It's like you're building community for the lowest common denominator of your group.
How is that a community though? Because a community is multiple people, is a group of people.
It is. This is a consistent group of people. Communities are not always healthy. They don't have to always be healthy.
I mean,
you can build dysfunctional communities.
Anytime they're on stream, it's only them though.
It's not only them because there's this whole little enabling dynamic that keeps the group. They're all in on. It seems codependent to me. They're all in, people. They feed off of the energy that Toilet and Tommy brings.
Right.
And if an outsider comes in, like I saw with Punjabi last night, and tries to criticize, they're all going to circle wagons around the troll.
That's so weird. Machine did that to me. Like I was like when he came on our show, like I can't remember the last, like I don't know if it was the last time, the time before that, and I was like, dude, I would have fucking banned Kim and Tommy both like permanently for like that shit they pulled in your show last night. He was like, no man, Kim's a bro, he defended me back then. I was like who cares and I was like, who cares how much of a bro he is if he wrecks your whole stream? Because that was a really good show up until that point. Until Kim, one of his mods, came on the stream, and like I said, this was one of the times when Tommy was not being a troll, was just mostly being quiet, hadn't really said much, and like Kim just comes in and just stirs him up, just like start poking the hornet's nest until Tommy turns into Illumi Tommy, Super Illumi Tommy, and he goes Super Saiyan, turns all into like a super troll. It's like it was like Kim went on there just to get him riled up. And like that, to me, that was my stream. I would have banned both of them permanently.
But some people would say that's the point where Machine's stream improved. So it depends. Like there's an audience for that stuff, and it depends on which audience you're.
Well, I mean, and that may be something to consider, like in the future for other community things. Like it may be necessary to have a stream or two that is catered to those kind of people to that's their thing. They can have that, and if they but in the other streams, if they try to infect other streams, then they get shut down immediately. They're allowed in those streams. They have those. I mean, I'm not saying I think this is for sure. I'm just throwing ideas out. So I wonder.
You talking about if we do that network?
Yeah, if we do a network, I wonder if it's impossible to keep those kind of things away. Then maybe it's like okay to have I think
the solution is curating who you form the network with to begin with.
I agree. I do agree with that.
And it's very, like, I know it's very seductive that we see a potential for community in these groups, because I think there is, but they are not at the community building stage that I'm at. So
You're right.
as appealing as that sense of community is, it's not something I think I would want to try to include in a network at this point.
I
Because
agree.
it's not going to lead to the type of community I'm trying to build. The Discord is much closer to what I'm trying to build than any of the streams I've seen so far.
Yep.
Because
You're
of
right.
the trolls.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just trying to think of, like, you know, like if like troll, because at some point when it grows, trolls are gonna be inevitable. So I'm just trying to figure out like how do you deal
I've
with?
had communities for years and years and years without trolls. If you have a good organizer or facilitator,
Right.
there's no reason to assume that trolls are inevitable, because when they do show up, not that they won't ever show up, but when they do, you can manage your trolls.
Fair enough.
I think trolls are a sign of either dysfunction, like this codependent dynamic, or just incompetence of knowing how to manage a troll.
I mean, because, like, you know, like, for example, like in terms of management, like whenever I managed the in both those cases, like whenever I started the venue, and also when I started when I managed the Tropicana, both cases, I hired somebody in both of those cases in one case I hired this kid that was kind of like, he was really overeager and he was really super excited, and he was all on board with stuff. I hired him I didn't really hire him. I mean, like, it was like volunteer. Everyone's volunteer because no one's making any money. But I was like, but he really wanted to do something. He really wanted to do something. So I was like, sure, you can take the money at the door, you know, just like kind of trying to keep people come in, like, it seemed like they're like, you know, they seem like they're too drunk. Let us know, kind of just keep us like, you know, informed of like 10 people are coming in. There's people coming in that are acting like they're like, you know, out of it or something like that. We need to be aware of that so that we can be, you know, keep an eye out for it. And he got like a little overzealous and started like kind of trying to act like a bouncer and shit like that. That's not what we asked him to do. And he was a really sweet kid, and he was kind of young, and, you know, and he wasn't being a troll per se, but still, like, you know, I had to like, you know, step in, like, you know, and be like, and like take him out of that position and really discipline him. I didn't, like, you know, he didn't work for me since he was a volunteer, but I still had to take him out of the position, and it really upset him and stuff like that. And like, and he really, like, he was mad at us for, like, I don't think he ever forgave me for that. And the same thing happened with a guy like at work at the theater and stuff like that. So I know it's like to like try to like, you know, like people that are disruptive, or like that are, and like we had this one guy that was just really disruptive at the movie theater like that I had to fire once, and like I didn't know he was like that when I hired him, and then he came in and like he just kind of ended up being like these people that had like too big of a personality, and he just wanted to like make everything the center of attention, and he was like that, and you just have to be willing to curate, and sometimes they get in without your knowledge, but you have to be willing to throw them out after that. And like a lot of people just aren't willing to do that. They feel like there's obligation to them, I guess, and it's just, I don't know. It's hard to like. It's always been easy for me to do, but it's hard for a lot of other people to do. So
Who is JRB?
I don't know. Never heard
Do
of that
we know
before.
you? Can you show your camera? You don't have to have your camera on stage, just backstage, so we can see who you are.
TCPS. It's TCPS, man.
Oh, is that TCPS?
That's what he just said in private chat.
Oh, okay. Welcome.
Welcome, dude. Sorry, when you change your name, when you change your name so many times, like, you know, we don't know who it is.
Speaking about trolls, we're talking about how to keep the trolls out.
I know, right? No, it's fine. I've put up some of my videos again, so I'm sort of kind of weaning myself back onto YouTube, hoping I don't get suppressed.
I mean, it doesn't hurt, since you have the content already created. It doesn't hurt to just leave them up there.
Yeah, I've got some of the. I'm putting up the ones that are less spicy though, because like again, I understand that my channel is not being promoted by the algorithm. If anything, the opposite is happening. So I'm
Well,
I'll try to stay out of trouble, I guess.
As we try to get this network thing like figured out and everything, we'll find a way to like even like those older things like that. We'll try to figure out a way to feature videos from like creators like yourself and try to get like even if the algorithm doesn't promote them, like that's kind of the idea is like to kind of say fuck the algorithm and like we can make our own algorithm kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you're right.
I mean, we could do we could do that master YouTube channel we talked about. That would be very easy to set up, and then we could start feeding videos to it, so people would have something to like. We could hand select videos to promote on that.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
And then we have enough streamers that want to stream to it. Then we could have like I may not be 24 hours, but there's people that stream all hours of the night. Most of the streams I'm on lately are late night streams.
Really?
And if we find the right streamers, we could have a selection of streams going at any time of the day. And people could just pull up that one channel and watch whoever's streaming at that time.
No, I definitely think because a few people have talked about this. I know Machine Lies has talked about this as well. This idea
We
that
should have a meeting.
alternative platform that's not connected with all these either major or supposed alternative platforms. Because the problem is that right now there's a proliferation of alternative platforms, but like they're not. As they grow, they become part of the establishment. Like Modern Day Debate or something like that would be an example. Where as it grows, it becomes less and less alternative and more just a pastiche of what is going on right now in culture.
Yeah, I mean, we'd be dependent upon those platforms for right now, but we don't have the ability to pay for server costs to like actually host the videos ourselves. But eventually, that would be great if we could actually like have our own hosting type thing. But at the start, we would be like just posting things like we just have things on Rumble, on Kick, on YouTube. I don't think Twitch works that way, so you can't just upload things to Twitch. It has to be live. But Kick and Rumble and YouTube, all three you can simulcast to. Even YouTube you can. I mean, even Facebook you can, and Twitch. I mean, and Twitter. I mean, so like we can have like the stuff on all those platforms, so that we're not really dependent on one. But then have like that master like network kind of like a promoting thing. That way, like it's like the combined effort of all of us together. The combined audiences of all of us together. It's basically, I think it's very similar to what they're doing with Nebula. You know what Nebula is?
I've actually never heard of it.
Really, you should look up. I mean, it's actually a pretty interesting idea. I don't think they've done it very well, but like, I mean, because most of the artists, most of the streamers that were YouTubers on there, it's mostly essayists and it's mostly really lefty people. But I really like the business model they've tried to do. I think that they're ultimately they're kind of my main problem is they're kind of deceptive because like I signed up for it because they said it was going to be like $5.99, like this is a special, it's supposed to be like $5.99 for a year. And then after 3 months, they started trying to charge me again, so I canceled it. And I was like, I signed up for $5.99 for a year, and like it's trying to charge me again. So like that was bullshit. But like the idea is that it's a collective or a collective, not really collective, or a collaborative type thing where several. I mean, Lindsay Ellis used to be a part of it, but whenever she was still on YouTube, so like that tells you kind of lefty kind of shit that's on there. What's his name? Like dude that does Oh, there's just tons of people on it. Just like there's tons of art, tons of YouTubers, the mostly lefty ones though. That like it's kind of like this, like they all stream their stuff through YouTube, but it's kind of like like the Nebula Premium service. I'm pretty sure they even have an app through Amazon, stuff like that. So I mean, it's not exactly what I want to do, but it's something similar to that, like where like they all kind of collectively have like joined their fan bases to one thing, but like it kind of turns them into the thing where they instant shilling for Nebula all the time. But you should look them up. They're interesting. I think they're connected to what's the Curiosity Stream. They're connected to Curiosity Stream, which is like a documentary hosting platform.
I see. No, I'll definitely have to look that up and see what their model is and see if it's
Yeah. I mean, don't look them up because because you need to sign up for it. I signed up for it specifically to watch one thing There was one movie from this guy that was his name. I can't remember his name right now, but he made this stupid ass movie called Night of the Coconut, and and I can't remember his name right now, but he's like a movie essayist guy, right? And he made this movie, and I actually had convinced myself that it was going to be good because he'd been kind of building up this thing through like these little skit segments throughout all of his movie essays for like 2 years, and I signed up for it just so I could watch that one thing. And dear God, it was one of the worst things I've ever seen, and I was so sorry that I'd done it. Oh well, hi,
The Rise of the Coconut. Did you say it was called?
Night of the Coconut. Yeah, don't look it
No,
up.
well, first you well, you should have got it off the ground fat sooner. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's not a competitor. Ours is more on the community end. I think you're much more positioned to do content creation than we are.
Paul,
we're
no,
looking at a streaming network,
Scratch that.
like a streaming collaborative.
Scratch that, Jeff. I would like to be the first to invite Paul to join our collective as an underling to the I'm joking. It's like I would like you to be the first to invite you to be one of the first like subservient members of our collective.
He can be VP of
You can be VP of political content, right?
Paul's like our drag mother.
Our drag mother? What's that mean?
Yeah, it's the house of Jung. This is all our community started with him.
That's true. No, there's no doubt about that. Like I have nothing but respect for Paul. Like he left. He definitely. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be.
None of us would know each other.
Jeff has always been the puppet master, and I'm in Satan's service. Yeah, he said that earlier in Discord, and I think he means it, Jeff. So I think you even though you weren't trying to evangelize, I think you successfully converted one.
Y'all are just trying to blame the Discord on me.
I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand how
he's setting me up as the fall guy.
It wasn't your idea.
I know.
Like you were as surprised about it as anybody was, weren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, but I trust his vision. I trust his what he's doing.
And Paul, I really liked your video with if you're listening, I really liked your video with counterpoints. I thought both of you guys had a really good conversation. I really liked the idea it is that you guys put forth for the most part for like an actual centrist political like platform like that. I think it's one of the most productive and kind of it's one of the coolest and most productive things you've done so far on your channel, and I think it's a really great direction. But
okay, we get what, like 12 more hours on it?
I think actually technically you're allowing him to occupy to be on your Discord territory now.
Well, I'm operating the humanitarian corridor, so it's kind of a no man's land right now.
I get what you mean though, Paul. It is more fun. I guess I see why it'd be more fun. But yeah, no, I really do mean that about Paul. I really mean that. I really meant what I said about I think the political platform thing is a great idea, and I think it's a really great direction for you guys.
And you're still my favorite centrist.
Yeah, and I really hope we can help in any way. I hope we can help in any way, and whatever we're trying to do right now, I don't know what it is, but we will always be promoting PF Young. Even if you're not directly a part of it, you're welcome to be a part of it, of course. But
yeah,
we'll always promote PF Young. I'm not a Zionist, though.
Yeah, I'm not.
I just like war.
Only in the sense that Zionist, in the broadest sense, means a homeland for Israel.
I'm not a Zionist, Paul. I'm a warmonger.
I support Israel's right to be sovereign and self-determining in its own nation.
Is PF Young supposed to be named after PF Chang's?
He's been called that before. He's named after Carl Chang, actually, I believe.
I see.
I'm not really sure where the PF came from, but more I think about it more, I'm like, did that come from PF Chang's? Is that what Liberty did he combine?
Who you
I thought
asked?
it was I thought it was his first initials. I thought it was Paul something and then Young. But now I wonder, was it like, is it PF Chang's plus Carl Young? Is that really where his name came from?
I don't know. he doesn't seem like a PF Chang type of guy, but I don't know.
PF Chang's is good. I like PF Chang's.
People still eat at PF Chang's. I haven't eaten at one in like 15 years at least.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I think me and Lindsay ate it one like
they had
5
them in Vegas.
We got like a gift card for Christmas one year for PF Chang, so we went and ate there. It was all right. I mean, it was Chinese food. Definitely overpriced. But I'm not a Zionist. I just like it when things go boom. You know, I just like to see all the explosions. I think big fan of fireworks. I mean,
the pretty lights, all the pretty lights.
I don't like Zionists. I just dislike terrorists more. That's my problem. Well, Paul was our most active commenter tonight.
Yeah, probably one of our most active viewers. Yeah. Well, one reason we were doing 2 streams a day is to kind of get an idea of what times the audience shows up.
Yeah, I guess we are doing our testing.
This is actually marketing research.
Our testing is yielding some results. That is true. Like, I have actually seen differences like that I did not expect to see.
Do you find?
By the way, I'm going out of town. Oh, go ahead.
Do you find you get more people on the weekend? Because, like, I'm saying for myself, the only reason I can even be on here tonight is because it's Veterans Day tomorrow, so I get tomorrow off. Like, a lot of people, I think, aren't even really available during the weekdays.
You think the weekends are because Machine streams on Saturdays? But
that's true.
I mean, I think we're still going to do our thing because we offer something very different.
But I'm saying because, like, I know, well, you stream every day. Do you find that you get more engagement on, like, Friday, Saturday, Sunday than other days of the week?
Well, I haven't really paid attention yet, so that's one thing I want to do this weekend is we'll do 2 streams on Saturday, and we'll have an idea of if it yields more people. I know our Friday night streams tend to be kind of popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I'm going out of town next week. Next Wednesday or Thursday, and I'll be gone for almost 2 weeks. And I'm still going to try to stream, but I may not be able to be consistent about the schedule. But I'll try to get in at least 1 stream a day, no matter what. I'm kind of going to be at the mercy of my mom and whatever she has planned each day.
I understand that. If so, like, I did check, and like my YouTube, I don't have like a StreamYard premium account or anything like that, but I do, because I've had my YouTube account for so long. I mean, I've had my YouTube account for literally like over, like, was it 15 years? It's been on I've been having it for a long time, and I accidentally streamed to it. Like, I actually went live on it like years and years back before you needed all that stuff. So I found that I can actually go live on YouTube anytime I want. I don't have to like wait the period or anything like that.
Oh, yeah, anybody can. You just don't have all the StreamYard features, and you can't really invite guests on. But you could do it through Zoom.
Yeah, I could also do it through OBS because I've actually used OBS.
Oh,
somewhat.
Yeah, okay.
But if you can't, like, I can always just go on my YouTube channel and I'll just put up a notice on there and saying, like, hey, I'll be just like filling in for Jeff on my YouTube channel for the day or something like that, and we'll just keep the consistency going. It probably won't really help much to be a different channel and people will be weirded out, but I'll still try.
I may even be streaming more often because I'm going to be using it as therapy. This is a mental health channel, so
right? Yeah, that's true.
Of it. even more.
I mean, it was I didn't know that I was gonna be able to stream from Texarkana when I went, but like it definitely helped me deal with being there.
Yeah, that's kind of the
Anytime
situation I could be in.
going back to your parents' house, being in your parents' house anyway, because like my parents' house isn't like the house I grew up in anymore. Like they moved houses since I moved
Yeah.
out originally, so it's
Same.
like a different house. So it's not like my old room or something, but it's the room that me and Lindsay lived in whenever we had to move back in there. So it still is like that. It's a very complicated situation, but it's like it still feels very much like it feels like this really embarrassing place to be, but like it was still fun to stream from there. Like and it worked really well. So if anything, the speakers were better on that computer than they were on this one. So I was streaming from a gaming computer I built for my daughter that she barely uses at all. I built her like this like really massive like like gaming computer with all like the lights and all the RGB thing and everything like years back whenever I was like still making money decently, and she as most teenagers are, she was like, "Oh, thanks, Dad," and like, it's like it didn't even matter at all, but it's okay. That's just what teenagers are. You can never impress them, no matter what you do. You can like whenever she was really into Minecraft, I got her an Xbox One. Whenever whenever it came out on there, and she didn't have a computer to play it on really, and like so I got her an Xbox One. I thought she was really gonna love that, and she just ended up playing on her phone more. So like it was just like.
Speaking of speakers, I think mine just went out.
Oh shit. How's the rest of your week been going, TCPS? I mean, I forgot what you told me to call you too. So.
Oh, you know what? I forgot as well.
I think was he Mike? I think it was Mike.
Oh yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna call
right.
you Steve. I'm gonna call you Steve just because like.
Well, Anarchist Steve.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
No, that's where we have a Steve, but never mind. So Mike it is. There you go.
There you go. No, so yeah, I don't know. It's been an interesting time. I don't really have anything major to complain about with my week and my personal life and all that. I was just on about an hour or so ago. I was on I don't know if you're familiar with a channel called Church of the Eternal Logos.
No, laborers.
It's a Logos. It's like an Orthodox channel.
I've heard of it, but I don't think I've ever been on there before. I've never watched it. I think I've seen it in my.
David Patrick Harry. I've seen him debate on the Crucible. He actually did quite a good job. I was impressed with him.
Yeah, I would say that he's one of my favorite of like the Orthobros because first of all he does come from a background where he talks a lot about like the sorts of things I talk about. He talks about anthropology. He's got some interesting perspectives on it. Some things I don't really agree with, but some things that he does say I think are fairly lucid. He is very knowledgeable. He's a scholar. He's working on a PhD right now in comparative religion, so he studies a lot of the same sorts of things that I've studied over the course of my life. And I appreciate his perspective, and I appreciate the fact that he's more nuanced than like somebody like Jim Bob, who I don't know if you know who he is, but Jim Bob just seems like
yes, I do.
Total Dunning Kruger, if I'm being honest. But like David Patrick Harry is a very different breed, so I actually appreciate being on his channel. We were having a discussion about like religion and epistemology. I thought that was interesting. I thought it went decently well.
It looks like it's still going. I'm watching it now.
Yeah, I just went and I just found the channels and I subscribed to them so I can check them out later. I mean,
this guy's picking his nose on live stream, and he's a deacon. Father Ananias. Don't do that.
Father Deacon Ananias. Oh yeah, well he's one of the he's one of like the top Orthodox people online, alongside like Jay Dyer.
Oh really? Is he part of the Jay Dyer cult? or are there different types of
He's
ortho
part of the J Dyer Discord. He's very much like on board with the whole thing. He's and to be
Is
fair,
David
David
Harry
Patrick Harry
part of
is,
it?
but like the thing with David Patrick Harry is that like he has takes, or at least he used to have takes that are like original. You know, like he doesn't just completely follow the herd, because I know there's a tendency for a lot of the J Dyer fan club to just completely follow the herd and not really think for themselves. And to be fair to David Patrick Harry, he has a history of, at least quietly on his channel, disagreeing with a lot of their dogmas, which I can respect a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as hard as I've tried, just ever since I heard about Jay Dyer and like the Jay Dyer cult thing, as much as I have tried to muster up the interest to actually watch anything about him, I have yet to be able to do so. I started like a video a couple of times and just like I was like, I don't care, and turn it off. I don't know. But I'll check this guy out if you want on the show. I'll at least really try to see if to watch the stream you're on. I'd like to hear what you have to say against it. I find Ortho Bro stuff to be very tedious and boring in general. I don't see what. I think it's really such a weird thing for there to be such a fervent cult around. It's like it's a very. I don't know. I just it'd be like being like a cultishly fervent Presbyterian. I don't know. It seems like what are you what are you so like hyped up about? Like it's really boring, basic kind of Christianity kind of stuff.
Well, I would say it's a little. No, I will say with Orthodoxy, it's the only. I guess I would say the only Christian denomination I can understand getting hyped up about is Orthodoxy, because it is true that like the Orthodox Church is. And I say this as somebody who's not a member of any church, but like the Orthodox Church is like more interesting and more like more respectable in a lot of ways than like anything that comes out of the West, like Western Christianity. Yeah, you're right. Protestantism. Most of these Protestant denominations are silly and they don't really have much to offer, and even Catholicism does. But like, I will say that like, even with Orthodoxy, I think there's too much of it that's like a LARP, especially with these online people in the West. But to be fair to it is actually this thing that's very, heavily traditional. It is trying to like connect to something ancient and something much larger than itself. And it is, I think, to a large extent, looking as a cultural anthropologist, I think it's really is people that understand that there's a problem with the modern West, and they're looking to it's really the same thing that the hippies did, looking to like the mystic East or something like that. It's like people who understand that there's a problem with our society, that our society is falling short, that's maladaptive, and that they're looking for some sort of solution from the mystic East. They're only making the mystic East be like Byzantium and Russia instead of, India and Tibet or something.
That's an interesting perspective on it. I certainly, I mean, it's for like I will admit my study into, as much as I studied various denominations, religions, Orthodox Christianity was not one I really ever put a lot of time into, because my best estimation of it that I could tell was that it was basically just Catholicism minus the Pope. So I didn't really give it a lot of thought, to be honest. So maybe I should give it more thought than that.
It has a lot of there's a lot of parallels between certain things that the Orthodox believe and do, and like some of what you'll find in Eastern religion. So like you'll find, meditation, you'll find like gurus. They're obviously not called that, but you'll find that sort of thing. Like you'll find there's a lot of like, there's almost like a certain degree to which Orthodoxy is like the Buddhism or the Hinduism of Christianity. And I think that's what appeals to a lot of people, is that there are a lot of people that are looking for that there is absolutely something there in Orthodoxy that's not there in the Western understanding of Christianity. It does seem.
What do you think that thing is?
I would say it's this idea of like the interconnectedness of all things as spiritual matter. So like there's a form of not quite pantheism, but there's more of like what's called panentheism within Orthodoxy. There's this idea, there's almost more of like a nearly animistic quality to a lot of orthodoxy, that rather than this idea that you got developed in the West where like there's this total separation between matter and spirit, you don't so much get this idea in orthodoxy, because in orthodoxy you get this idea of the doctrine of the divine energies of St. Gregory Palamas. And what this doctrine of the divine energies almost is this idea that like everything is pervaded by God, which actually almost ends up causing orthodoxy. And although a lot of the orthobros wouldn't go this far, you know, a lot
I was
of
going to say, people like
orthodox
Andrew
theologians
Wilson
would.
do not seem like they believe that God is permeating everybody.
Yeah.
I would say that. Well, keep in mind though, somebody like Andrew Wilson also 3-4 years ago was a Calvinist. So like the people that are
Right.
online that have been Orthodox for like 3 years aren't necessarily the best representatives of what Orthodox Christianity
You
is
have to be
actually taught.
like you have to be an Orthodox Christian for years before you get. Is it like Scientology where you have to go up the ranks or something like that before you understand?
What it is that it's like all traditional religions. There's an idea that the more involved you are, the longer you study, the more expertise you gain. And of course, the people with the most expertise are like the monks on Mount Athos that have spent their entire lives in meditation, in what's called hesychasm, in attempting to contact the divine energies of God. Like the more, obviously with any religion, the more immersed you are within the religion, the more knowledgeable you are. And the problem with a lot of these people in America that have converted over the last 2 or 3 years that they don't actually understand the tradition at all, and they don't understand that. And to me, because I was looking into Orthodoxy for a while, largely because of this, largely because I saw that the Orthodox Christian mindset has a lot in common with what I would say was sort of like the primordial universal religion. It was attempting to basically preserve aspects of the primordial human religion that you find all over the world in all cultures. It was attempting to preserve it, whereas, Catholicism and Protestantism have attempted to suppress that. And to me, that was something that was very promising. It was kind of disappointing, actually very disappointing, to then go on Jay Dyer's Discord and hear people be like, oh, well, you're being like a crazy, like New Ager, like basically hearing the same sort of crap that I hear from like Protestants, evangelicals and stuff like that coming from the Orthodox. But again, the thing is that these people are like modern Western people that are trying to understand Orthodoxy, that they're essentially appropriating Orthodoxy the same way that the Beatles appropriated Hinduism.
Huh.
Oh,
That
I
is-
see.
that's
You're talking about like the
interesting, yeah.
Jay Dyer people.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, that's something that definitely gives me a little more, I guess, more food for thought to chew on there with them. It certainly makes them. It makes a lot more sense in terms of why they're so cultish and cult-like. That they have that kind of deeper, kind of like those deeper levels to it. Kind of turns it almost more to a mystery religion kind of thing. It kind of has like an element of initiation to it that doesn't really exist in other ones. So that makes a little bit more sense.
Well, it's not easy to become Orthodox. Let's say that it's not like, so like with the typical evangelical will literally just have somebody recite a prayer and all of a sudden they're saved. And it's not that simple, because obviously if you're a member of like a tribe in Oceania or somewhere in the Solomon Islands or somewhere, you're not saved until you completely give up all elements of your traditional culture and allow yourself to bastardize and get McDonald's and just become a horrible hell society full of alcoholism and drugs and suicide. But like the ideal situation for the evangelical is just say a prayer and all of a sudden you say, well, that's not the case for Orthodox. Like, it is very hard to become Orthodox, and it takes years and years. It's a really long, drawn out process in most cases.
Yeah, it does. It does sound like a lot more like a mystery religion, almost like what some people view like the original Christianity to be like. I guess I see that in some sense. I mean, I mean, my personal view on it being more of a Gnostic, from a more Gnostic perspective, is also, I guess, like rooted in some of the more ancient type belief systems. But I mean, I in my study found a way that in my opinion, I've talked to Jack about this. I mentioned some on this podcast too. Like I have a particular view on Christianity that in my view, actually makes Christianity make sense from a logical perspective, as opposed to most others, which I think all fail on this basic logical fallacy of the whole idea of like, why does God need to send his son to save humanity from himself? I find that to be like the number one like logical fallacy in all of Christian religion. And like I have kind of a solution to that, but I mean like but it's based in Gnosticism and people don't like that very much. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of, and obviously, you know, well, generally speaking, both the Catholic and Orthodox churches, which would have been the same early on, they would not have been too kind to Gnosticism. But at the same time, I sort of agree with you that like a lot of the critiques of certain tendencies in early Christianity, including Gnostic tendencies, Marcionites, Manichaeans, these various other groups. Basically, history gets written by the winners. And what you had really within early Christianity is much more diversity than you have even within Christianity now. So now there's like 40,000 or whatever Protestant denominations, but they all have basically the same core beliefs, which is like very minor disagreements. Well, that wasn't the case for the first 300 years of Christianity. For the first 300 years, there were huge sectarian differences, and there were a number of Christian groups that would have been more on the Gnostic side. There would have been a number of them that were more on like the, I don't even know what you call it, like groups like the Montanists or something like that from a modern perspective. But there were huge differences. Early Christianity was extremely diverse. And basically what happened was that under the Emperor Constantine, you had an attempt to standardize Christianity, to say like, well, now we need to have a version of Christianity that's palatable to the Roman Empire. And so you had the Council of Nicaea, you had the deciding of what the canon of Scripture was, because early on, for the first couple hundred years, there was no consensus. There were all these books of the Bible that are no longer part of the Bible, like the Shepherd of Hermas or something like that, that got thrown out of the Bible essentially because they disputed what the Constantinian group decided was the correct form of Christianity. So basically what we think of as Christianity, and this is all the denominations, all the Orthodox, the Oriental Orthodox, the Syrian Church of the East, the Catholics, and all the groups that sprung from the Catholics, like all the Protestant groups, they're all essentially following just a version of Christianity that became the standard version during the 300s, but was not necessarily the standard version prior to the 300s.
Right. Yeah. I mean, personally, I see like I read Second John, and I see like Second John is literally a very slightly reworded version of the Gnostic creation myth that goes back way before Second John was written. So I see like a lot of Gnosticism even in the Bible and amongst early Christian belief, and I also see that I don't know. I see a lot of things that like they ignore in almost all Christian sects that I find really curious as to why they want to ignore that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot. What do you think about? Were you on the stream? I can't remember if it was you or if it was just Neurojack. That whenever I posed the question about what do you think about Zoroastrianism and has Zoroastrianism potentially being like the original Christianity kind of to a degree?
I think that there's one issue with that theory, because I've heard that theory, and I think that, you know, there's interesting parallels between the two. To me, the biggest issue with trying to view like Zoroastrianism as like a proto-Abrahamism or a proto-monotheism is that it's actually extremely anti-monotheistic. If you actually like actual Zoroastrianism, which I think has been misunderstood in the West, because a lot of like Christians, and I guess actually even strangely enough, a lot of anti-Christians have tended to try and portray Zoroastrianism as like a proto-Judeo-Christianity almost. But like if you actually look at it, it's really kind of just a form of polytheism. It like Zoroastrianism, it has an idea of an ultimate good God named Ahura Mazda, but it also has like, it's first of all, it's got a dualistic cosmology where essentially there's two creators. There's Ahura Mazda who creates all the good, and there's Ahriman who creates all the evil. So they essentially, it's almost more like a Chinese traditional religion distinction between like the yin and the yang, right? There's almost
or something more along the Cathars.
Yeah, or you could say, or it's almost like a proto-Gnosticism with an idea of like a demiurge, like an evil creator who creates and manifests the physical world. Although to be fair, they also believe that like parts of the physical world are created by Ahura Mazda. But then in addition to that, they also have this huge pantheon of lesser gods, lesser deities as well. So there
Like
is
the
almost.
Like the Archons.
Yeah, well, I would say that it is definitely the parallels with like proto-Gnosticism are definitely there. Like I would never deny that, largely because especially if you look, the early Gnostic beliefs, they would have tended to come out of the East, and you would have had Zoroastrianism itself branched off into these various other groups, these various other subgroups like Mithraism, which was again because Zoroastrianism was actually a form of polytheism. You had various gods within the Zoroastrian pantheon, one of whom would have been Mithra, and Mithraism essentially became like the special devotion to Mithra, which interestingly enough was almost the religion of the Roman Empire. So there was almost a time when Christianity could have potentially failed to be a vibrant religion because it looked for a while like the main sort of competitor to Roman paganism was going to be Mithraism. And it's almost by a trick of luck or fate or whatever you want to call it. I guess if you're a hardcore Christian, you'd say it was God's plan, but it was just very, very much a seeming coincidence that it was Christianity rather than Mithraism or Manichaeism, which is another dualistic religion which came out of the East that became the standard religion eventually that replaced the dying Roman paganism.
Yeah, no, I see it. I think the interesting thing about Zoroastrianism that I find the most fascinating is just the fact that like the infamous three kings or three wise men are pretty well known amongst the scholars to have been Zoroastrian prophets or priests or something of that sort, and the fact that those are the only even amongst the Judeo-Christian Gospels, those are the only three people that came to visit what they considered to be the new king or the savior of the world in Christ. Like that, they were the ones that showed up, and no other religions had emissaries of that sort that showed up, and it was Zoroastrianism that represented like some degree of devotion to Christ and the Christ child in that sense. And I think that's really fascinating to me that of all the various religions that existed at the time, that would be Zoroastrians that recognized that saw the signs in the stars and followed them, and then came to pay tribute to Christ as like the new king or the savior of the world. And I think that's really interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there was a sense even very early on that Zoroastrianism was, for one thing, there was a sense that it was a much higher level of intellect than the typical religion that would have been practiced at the time in that part of the world. Just because, simply because the typical, what's Greco-Roman religion? Is literally, it's like a bunch of like douchebag gods, just like being total degenerates on Mount Olympus and then punishing people for not offering the right sacrifices to them.
Yeah.
And when you see a religion like Zoroastrianism, or and people were less familiar with it in the ancient Western world, but they were somewhat familiar with Hinduism. When you see a religion like that, it does seem to be, it holds a lot more promise. It's like much more deeper philosophy. The ultimate truth in obviously even within Greco-Roman religion, you had eventually people like Plato, saying like, no, actually there is an ultimate truth beyond just like the silliness of Zeus worship and stuff like that. But like especially when they started looking to the east, they started saying, no, actually, there is, there's a lot more to the teachings of Zarathustra, or the teachings of the Vedas in India, than there is to like Ovid's myths about like gods getting mad and turning people into spiders. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. I've always felt, I've always felt a lot of kinship between like Zoroastrianism, the Cathars, and also the Rosicrucians. That have been the three ancient kind of like order, or like mystery religion type things that I find to be the most compelling to me, and I find the most connection to. I mean, in addition to just Gnosticism in general, but I mean, Gnosticism wasn't really religion, but more of like a loose confederation of various beliefs and writers from over many different generations and over a long period of time.
Yeah,
And
I would say
Gnosticism,
there's certain Gnostic tenets that seem to crop up very often, and they
yeah,
seem to crop up in Western and Eastern, and even certain beliefs that like are held by Native Americans or something like that. Like the idea, like specifically the idea of the world that we're inhabiting as being like not the fullest reality, right? Like you see this idea all over the place. This idea, you see it even within like Platonism. You see it within like Buddhism and Hinduism with the concept of Maya. This idea that like essentially the biggest problem that we face as humans, and most of the Gnostic sects would have believed this as well. The biggest problem that we face as humans within our current incarnation is the false sense that this incarnation has any sort of like meaning or any sort of depth to it. And this is a classic Gnostic belief, the idea that like existence within the current world that we're currently living in is essentially not entirely an illusion like the Matrix, but at the very least, like it's it's clearly a diversion from a deeper reality that we're not seeing. And I mean, I think this is an idea that's really fascinating and really compelling. This idea that really like, okay, so we're in this world temporarily, and we need to avoid being too much of this world while we're in it, because the reality is that this world is really more or less just a temporary testing ground for the soul, for the spirit that doesn't die and that is destined to go to a world that's hopefully much, much better and much, much more real than the world that we're currently living in.
I don't know, Jeff. Like, I mean, like, not all elements of that. Certainly not like the like kind of the ending part of what he said, but like some of the earlier aspects of what we were just talking about. What do you say that, like? What do you say? There's even some of that that kind of lines up even with Satanism to some degree.
Which parts?
Just kind of like the overall sense of like the world being kind of like not the world that we live in not being the ultimate
I,
the
oh,
ultimate.
I believe it's all there is. Like there is no other. There's no afterworld.
Okay.
There's no transcendent world. This is the Earth is all we have, and
Well,
humans
I
are
mean that's
all
not what I meant,
that we
and I
are.
don't mean like a heaven. I meant like that, but that the world as we see it isn't necessarily the world that it is.
Well, it comes down to human perception, and I mean we all perceive the world differently, but the world as it is as we perceive it. And so if there's a deeper reality, it's in human perception. It's not out there in the world. So there's like
Right.
a,
No,
a deep, like we can
that's
go into our
fair enough.
mind and find some reality in our mind that's deeper than the sensory reality that we perceive with our five senses. But it's not the world itself, the world of matter, like physical matter or nature that we interact with. There's nothing deeper beyond that. That's all atoms and empty space.
Fair enough. No, that
And the
was like,
gnosis even happens internally. It's a cognitive experience
well, sure. I mean,
internally. Like
gnosis
the
just means
divine
wisdom. Anyway.
spark in you knows its connection with or its identity with the alien god that's exiled from the physical universe through the creation of the demiurge. But
Right.
it's a,
Yeah.
it's a totally internal experience and process.
Yeah, I mean, and it's in that way that I see, like, I find like the compatibility there. That's what I mean. I guess like that. It's not. I don't necessarily take all this stuff as just being literal, but like the overall, like I guess the spirit of it, kind of having some. I don't know. I've always, because like when I say Satanism in terms of like its more humanistic perspective, like the parts of it that were spiritual seemed like
That's
they
why
were.
I'm more like the more I read, the more I'm drawn to maybe Luciferianism instead, because that's the part that has the enlightenment component, or the like the spiritual development component that I was trying to find in Satanism. I mean, it's the same archetype, but the enlightenment or spiritual aspect comes more from the Lucifer side of it than the Satan. Like the Luciferian seems much more concerned with a path of spiritual enlightenment beyond just the mundane.
That's very interesting.
Have you ever considered getting involved with the Grand Orient Lodge of France?
Of who?
Of France. This is so basically there's like because a lot of what you say I think resonates with what's called continental Freemasonry, which is different from what we in America think of as Freemasonry.
Oh,
Because
it's
obviously,
Masonic. I'm looking it up now. It's a Masonic lodge.
yeah, it's not like the classic American style of Freemasonry basically says that like you need to believe in God or some sort of God. But the classic, what's called continental Freemasonry, essentially says, no, actually, you are the own master of your destiny, and that essentially what we call God really is just our own ability to be the most that we can possibly be.
Yeah, yeah, that's much closer to my view. I mean, I'll be lucky if I become part of the Elks.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been reading here. It says like in 2013, like even like even so much to the point where like in 2013, the Grand Orient of France Freemasonry things stated support for the legalization of same-sex marriage in France, and I guess it ultimately led to like that being legalized. So that's interesting. Maybe I'm not reading this right though. I'm kind of skimming it. So um, interesting. I've heard of that lodge before. I didn't realize it was that different from the other ones though. Until I'm reading this, I didn't realize how much different it was. I guess there aren't really that many lodges in the United States. It looks like most of them have closed already, or closed down. I can't know if this is when they started or when they closed. I guess this is when they started. There's one in Florida, one in Baltimore, one in San Francisco, one in Washington D.C., one in New York, and one in L.A. That's like all the lodges that are in the United States. There's a ton of them in Spain. Weirdly enough, that's where my family's from.
I don't need no lodge. That's too organized for me. I'm too individualistic for that.
Well, they do seem to be rather individualistic in terms of their beliefs, anyway.
Yeah, the
Anyway.
Satanists say the same thing, and when they get together in groups, it's all hierarchy and authoritarianism. Because when you have large, at a certain scale, you almost need that to manage a large group.
It's true. That is true. You do at certain scales, like you need some degree of hierarchy to properly manage it. There's no
That's
way
why
around
I'm
it.
really good at creating communities for really highly individualistic people, but they're small community. I've never created one at a large scale smaller than like the Dunbar number.
Yeah, yeah. That's rough. That's rough. That's interesting. I'll have to research this. This is an aspect of Freemasonry I've never actually studied before. I'll have to check it out some more later.
I don't
Yeah,
know
I
much
mean, it's
about the
not really one that
Freemasons
you
at
hear
all.
about in the United States just because it's not the dominant one within the United States. That's why they call it the Continental Freemasonry, because it's the one that's dominant within like on the European continent. So places like France, Germany, Spain, Italy, places like that.
I know
I've
that
always
the all
well,
the
go ahead.
conspiracists think that the Freemasons are one of the groups running the world.
Oh yeah, I know. I think like there may be some. I think at one point in history, I think Freemasons were actually rather influential in like the creation of the Western world. Anyway, I mean, some of the earliest founding fathers of the United States were Freemasons, including George
But
Washington.
does their being Freemasons means Freemason was influential, or were they
Well,
influential?
Freemasonry was a very important
Happened to
part of
be
their philosophy.
Freemasons.
I'm saying that
I would say it
Freemasonry.
was. Well, I'll let you continue, Chris.
Oh, I just say Freemason was a very influential part. I mean, Benjamin Franklin was a Freemason. So was I think maybe even Thomas Jefferson was, or maybe he was one that was against them. One of them was really against them. But like George Washington was, Benjamin Franklin was. Benjamin Franklin was a big Freemason, and like their prince, it was a very important part of their philosophical system. So a lot of their philosophies almost inevitably did seep their way into a lot of early American principles. Now, whether or not, I'm not saying that Freemasons controlled the world. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they were influential in the creation of the United States. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that
wonder what
obviously
influence was
based
and how
on
it did.
based on the sort of people that became Freemasons, they were almost inevitably going to end up having a huge disproportionate influence. The same thing with, I haven't heard people say that like, oh, like the world is run by Unitarian Universalists. But when you think about it, like
I think Hank's
if you
trying
if
to
you
change
look at
that.
if you look at like books like the Who's Who book, Who's Who in United States or something from like the 1920s, 1930s, there were about 100 times as high a percentage of the influential people were Unitarian Universalists as the general percentage of the population. It's just that like certain groups, certain organizations tend to appeal to the elite. They tend to appeal to the powerful and influential. And Freemasonry is one of them. Unitarianism is another one. Episcopalianism is another one. Like there's certain groups and certain organizations, certain ideologies that you tend to find among the elite, and this is one of them.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
The
I mean,
Episcopalians are
he
running the
really,
world.
he really, I mean, he really articulated a lot better than I was trying to. But that's basically what I was trying to say. I mean, I haven't since I was like, I don't know, probably I was a lot younger when I first heard about Freemason conspiracies, and I thought that Freemasons like controlled the world and stuff like that. I haven't believed that in a long, long, long time. But I do think I did like in all my research, and like once I actually learned like more about them and like what their rituals and like what they believed in and stuff, I definitely do think that they had a large influence about like in the early days of America and stuff like that. I don't think that they ever. I don't think they
What
ever.
was that influence? Do you know?
Just like their
what
philosophies and stuff.
specifically came
A lot of the philosophies that we hold as American ideals and stuff like came from Freemasonry.
I know, but do
about-
you know which ones in particular?
Freedom of religion, for example, but also at the same time, a belief in a single God, like like in one nation under God, like that was literally like a Freemason type principle. Like a lot of those things came from like Freemason philosophy and stuff like that. I mean, Freemasons were allowed to be, depending on like the branch of Freemason they're part of. The York Rite was very explicitly like they had to believe in more or less Christian values to some degree, but there was plenty of other. The Scottish Rite, on the other hand, is much more liberal, and there's a lot of people a lot of people believe that they were much less. They didn't really necessarily have to believe in Christianity and stuff like that. And like the Scottish Rite's one has 33 degrees to it and everything like that. And that's where a lot of the deeper mythology and lore comes from in Freemasonry. And there is a lot of deep mythology and lore in Freemasonry. Once you're going to look at the Scottish Rite. I mean, I hope most of it's still, I would assume most of it's still online to look at, but I mean, I haven't researched it in years now, but like I learned all kinds of things about when I used to research it when I researched it back 10 years ago.
Well, another thing to keep in mind is that this idea that these are secret societies, like they're actually pretty much everything, and this is true for any supposedly secret society, pretty much everything that these people believe or that goes, you can actually find it if you look hard enough. Like maybe at one point, what was going on in the secret meetings of the Grand Order of whatever was actually secret, but it hasn't been for a couple hundred years. Like if you look hard enough, you can find out pretty much everything that the Freemasons believe.
And for the most part, most secret societies, at least in terms of like the Freemasons and a lot of the other, and like Elks Lodges, like those kind of things, that for the longest time, like it was a big mystery to me. Of like, well, what do they even exist for? If they're not like groups that are vying for power or controlling the world, like what do they exist for? Until like it hit me one day, it was like I don't know what it was that like what made me dawn on me, but it was like, oh shit, it's so stupid simple. They're social clubs for it's a way to help find jobs. Really, it's a network of people that like have like this that have all done these like dumb rituals together and everything that binds them together. That way, like when you're out in society, that way that you can trust another Freemason, you can trust another member of your lodge because you've both done the same dumb, somewhat embarrassing rituals. You've both gone through these things. They give you a bond. It's just a way to bind a community together, so that way while
Mankind
you're out,
Project is the same thing.
yeah,
Same
it
way.
really is. Yeah, I mean, it's really not. I don't think secret societies aren't bad things. I honestly believe that secret societies are kind of like kind of like a net good in a lot of ways, and they're
But
just
if you're a paranoid conspiracy theorist, the secrecy element is gonna really kick
yeah.
off that paranoia. And I'm looking what I'm looking at is saying democracy influenced Freemasonry almost as much or more than Freemason influenced the United States, because it originally it was very exclusive gentlemen societies. And when like in America, when the revolution happened and the ideal of democracy began to spread, the ideals of Freemasonry changed to become something more inclusive and democratic. So it seemed like they influenced each other, and democracy might have been the stronger influence.
And I wouldn't dispute that at all. I mean, like once again, I'm sure that the information, the research has changed in the last 10 years since I've researched it. But I would definitely, even from what I read back then, I would say that definitely holds true from what I read. I mean, yeah, there was definitely. I'm just saying it really wasn't about. I've never since I really like researched it and got heavily into it. I've been long dispelled with the belief that Freemasons were a secret society of evil cabals trying to control the world like through like these secret machinations. It's more like it's just more that a lot of early American, fathers of America and everything were Freemasons, and a lot of the principles of Freemasonry involved around personal freedom and personal responsibility and all those things, and a lot of those principles end up being a big part of what we see as American ideals today, and that's what and a lot of them are very positive ones. It's just like that Freemasonry is very easy to demonize because of the secrecy element that exists for so long, and then once you actually find out more about like what some of their rituals and everything were, you see how silly some of them were, and then it just confuses people more. They're like, well, what the hell is that all about then? But I mean, some of them, I mean, even though like the symbolism of the rituals is actually quite deep. It's just that you have to understand the history behind them to understand like what they even meant. But like, but that's the way. Any secret society, any secret order type thing was always about like creating a tighter community of people that really like that had gone through like the initiation type thing together. So they all had like this common bond that was different from other people that weren't part of it, and that gave you like like if you have the secret hand symbol or whatever, like that meant like that the baker that was a Freemason, like he and the baker and the butcher, if they're both Freemasons, they had they had the hand signal, so if they both knew they were Freemasons, or if they both knew each other from like their groups or whatever, like they're more likely to work together, and it's more likely to create a stronger society and a stronger market system, stronger economy, that kind of thing. It was a way to bond people together, and because people like to feel special too. I mean, it's just a natural thing of humanity. We like to feel special. We like to feel different from other people. You don't want to feel like a commoner. So it was a way for people that may not be rich or necessarily like part of the elite to have something that differentiates themselves from someone else and lets them be part of like something special that gives them like kind of like a slight little like hand up. And that's the reason why in order to be part of one of those things, you couldn't just go and sign up and join. Someone had to kind of like sponsor you and bring you in. You had to be brought. You had to like had to be your uncle or your friend or whatever that was willing to vouch for you and said like, yes, this person is worthy of being part of it. And that's where the thing comes. It's a very practical thing. It's like secret societies are not like this big mystical stupid like evil thing. They're really just a very practical way of building a community in a more solid way. That's all it is.
And by the way, they exist all over, multiple different types of cultural complexity. You see essentially this exact same sort of thing at, obviously a more a less organized level, but very much still there among, Aboriginal Australians, among Papua New Guineans, among Native Americans. You see the similar idea of the of like secret societies, secret what are called sodalities. You look at like the Pueblo tribes in the southwest desert of Arizona and New Mexico, and they would literally everybody in the society would belong to essentially a lodge, and there'd be like eight or nine different lodges that would all specialize in different things. This is an idea that goes back probably 50,000 years.
Mm-hmm. Or more. It could be even older than that. I mean, we're talking about like something that goes back to maybe like the beginning of human civilization as we know it. I mean, like some of those some of the Mithric cults and stuff like that, like in like the or the Orphic cults, like that they don't really know much about, like go back like really far back. And you see it, and you often we see it. More commonly, we see them as fraternities and sororities in colleges, and also even unions to a degree carry elements of secret societies in them. Even labor unions do. So it's something that's actually really commonly human. I think. I mean, you certainly see it like in college fraternities more than maybe a little bit more than sororities, but I think sororities count as well. They do the same kind of thing. It's kind of like this organized, agreed upon form of blackmail with each other, where they've all done like they've all gone through some stupid, embarrassing like initiation ritual and like that sort of thing. Like you've seen Bob do the same embarrassing thing that he's seen you do, and therefore you have like this kind of like like you both know what you've both been through that same thing. It's like kind of like the same thing like being in war together, right? If you were in Vietnam or World War II with someone and you were in the same trenches with them, you're going to have a bond with that person forever, right? You're going to have a certain amount of respect and therefore like for that person for the rest of your life. It's the same kind of thing. It's kind of like recreating like that feeling of being in the trenches with somebody. You have like it creates a bond that's a little bit, it's a lot more solid than just like hey, you're an all right guy. Yeah, I think you're an all right guy too. Like having that externally placed upon you kind of burden of something kind of embarrassing, or even if it's not embarrassing, just weird kind of thing. That's the reason why rituals I think tend to be so strange and so like so odd and everything. It's to keep it less than common. You want it to be something uncommon that you've done together. Otherwise, it's just you wouldn't have anything special about it.
And I understand that one of the reasons why there's suspicion historically of Masons is that in many cases they will, not so much that they're part of the Continental group, but if they're part of the York Rite or the Scottish Rite, they will infuse a spiritual aspect to what they're doing, and that creates this impression among a lot of their critics that they're basically like serving dark powers, right? But like even that, I would say that's something that can be critiqued on the notion that perhaps it's not as simple as just like, well, there's good guys and bad guys, right? Perhaps the reality is more complex than just a simple binary. Well, you're either serving my God or you're serving the devil, right? Like
What's wrong with that?
I would say that
these
sort of dualities within spirituality are something that gets imposed typically in a Western context, or at least an Abrahamic context. And I don't necessarily think that they're the most helpful. I mean, obviously, every society has an idea of like benevolent spirits and malevolent or trickster spirits. But this idea that there's like this inherent ontological, well, there's good gods or evil gods, good spirits or evil spirit. Like that's not necessarily something that's a given, even within spiritual traditions. Like you look at,
that
Taoism.
came from Zoroastrianism.
It did to a large degree. I'm saying that that's not necessarily the most helpful way of looking at it, because to a large degree, really what it is colored through a human vantage point. So like if let's take a religion like Taoism, for instance, like in Taoism, there's two different sides of the Tao. There's the yin and the yang, and they're not necessarily given like moral categories like good or evil. Rather, it's just simply there's these two manifestations that all of existence, because again, everything subsists in the Tao within the Taoist paradigm. There's multiple different manifestations that can be taken, and that we might subjectively perceive there as being good or evil, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the categories of good and evil are as simply delineated as our brains might be tempted to delineate them based on like, well, is this helpful to us? Is this harmful to us? I don't know if I'm articulating what I'm trying to say, but that's basically I think to a lot of it, to a large degree, just religious intolerance in general really can be explained down to the idea that people have a tendency to fear what seems to be foreign or what they don't seem to understand. And they tend to pathologize that rather than realizing that perhaps it's just a different version of the same path that they're on.
Yes, I do think people fear and pathologize what they don't understand, because I see that a lot in the conspiracy theorists.
Yes, they do. Absolutely.
Because even like, and this is something which I often think about with, certain people that are making claims about, say, Freemasons or something. It's almost like a lot of the things that they're saying could theoretically have truth in them, but what they're doing is they're adding in these value judgments. Like, for instance, you could say, okay, well, Freemasons are these people that have been highly influential throughout society, and they've tended to be, popular with powerful people, and they've tended to have a tendency to advocate for certain ideas that they think are right. Okay, that's one way to phrase it. Or you could phrase it, well, the Freemasons are these super powerful group that are advocating for like evil. Well, that you could potentially be talking about the same thing, but the one group is giving a nuanced idea based on, well, I'm trying to get myself in the head of the person that's advocating for these things. The other group is just saying, well, I have this totally black and white view, and since these people don't agree with me, I'm going to assume the worst about them. I'm going to assume that they're like bad, and that they're all just like these cartoon villains that are stroking their mustache going, blah, like, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're really it's easy to villainize any kind of group that has anything secretive about it, and especially whenever like for a long time they were like especially secretive, and so like people like and because of the fact that their brotherhood or whatever you want to call it, like that they had with each other, did give them kind of like this undue kind of like influence or successfulness. It did make them more successful in society because of that group, because of the bond they had, that meant they worked together more, which meant that people like, it's like, say you're a contractor, right? You're like someone who builds things, and you're a Freemason, and so because you're a Freemason, like other Freemasons or whatever are going to recommend you and also hire you for contract labor. So that means that the contractor who's a Freemason is going to get more jobs. It's going to seem to be more successful. And they're going to be seen as like, and it's going to create like conspiracies in the mind of people that aren't Freemasons, that are going to be like, oh, well, they must they have some sort of evil conspiracy going on. They must be doing something, they must be, and like that's how the same kind of like, things that get started. I guess it started about like Jews and stuff like that, where people like anti-Semitic type beliefs kind of came from the same kind of things.
Well, so that you could even argue that to some extent it was part of this ideology that was even behind something like communism, right? The idea that there's going to be a tendency, this idea of people distrusting the outsider is a class idea too. And when people see, I think it's where a lot of the anti-Masonry came out of, was that typically, poor people and working class people that didn't have access to these networks, were going to have resentment towards the people that did, and they were going to project that resentment as being like, well, there's a that basically these middle class, upper class people are somehow a moral evil. which to some extent, they were, because they oftentimes were oppressing the poor. But there was this idea that but there's, again, it's this black and white worldview whereby you just automatically want to assume the worst about the outsider, the group that you perceive as the enemy. And so if you're a poor peasant or something and you're seeing these people that are more successful than you are and they're Masons, you're going to naturally have a tendency to therefore say that there's like a problem with the Masons, that like, oh, well, the Masons, because they happen to be part of this out group that I'm resentful of for, to many degrees, legitimate reasons. Obviously it sucked to be a peasant in like 18th century France or England or something like that. But like, you're going to look and you're going to see, oh, well, this is this characteristic of this out group that I perceive as the enemy. So now I'm going to say there's something wrong with them. They're evil.
Yep, and that's where a lot of the rumors get started, like witchcraft and things like that. They start all these like horrific kind of like satanic. I'm sorry not to use the term, not the term that you mean it, Jeff, but the term that like they used to mean it, or they start to like demonic or occultish kind of like ideas about them that weren't even true. They simply started starting them just because of the fact that they feared them. They started accusing them of witchcraft basically and things like that. And it's very interesting. Like studying Freemasonry, I found to be very fascinating when I used to study it. Because I used to think that a long time ago. I mean, like prior to like my 20s, really, I used to like believe that that Freemasons were like an evil like group that controls society type thing until I like really researched it, learned that they were really just like a social club that that it actually makes a lot of logical sense. It makes a lot of logical sense for them to operate the way they did, because it was just like, not everybody can be successful, right? So like it kind of gave some control over who got to be successful, and it did allow some people from the lower classes to raise up. If you made the right connections, you could get into it, and then you got to get into the higher classes, and it was kind of a way of like to kind of choosing and picking who got to get those opportunities, and which if you're not one of those people that gets picked, it certainly does seem shitty to you. I see why people think that, but I mean, it's just like, it's kind of like the thing, like if like you were trying to get a job in today's society, God, I wish I was a member of the Freemasons, something like that. I mean, I'd probably have much easier time finding work.
It is fascinating with the accusations of witchcraft. The thing which I think is interesting about all that is that especially when you look at like the history of witchcraft and who gets accused of being a witch, it's basically always people that are like socially unpopular within their community. And because if you really think about like prior to the Enlightenment, prior to the 18th century, everybody basically believed in and to some extent practiced magic. Like everybody was still basically an animist up until the Enlightenment, and millennia of Christianity couldn't change that. That essentially, you look at the Middle Ages, most of the saints in the Catholic churches believed in animism, believed in astrology, practiced witchcraft, practiced the stuff that nowadays we think is like New Age hippie stuff. That was just what everybody did back. And so the vast majority of them obviously were not pathologized witches or occultists or Satan. Oh, is it fixed now?
It was Cascadian. I think he had his YouTube running.
I see. So the vast majority of these people were not being pathologized as witches or occultists or Satan. It was specifically the people that also, like everybody else, believed in magic and practiced magic, but were specifically seen as like unpopular or truculent or somehow not accepted by the community, that ended up being burned at the stake as witches.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it was just an easy.
Yeah, it's the scapegoat.
The scapegoat thing. Yeah.
There is an echo coming from somewhere.
Yeah, mute me and see if it's my fault.
Do you hear it? Can you hear an echo?
Now,
Is it
can we
echoing?
hear it?
I think we're good.
Okay, I don't know. I guess it was Cascadian somehow, but I didn't look like it was coming from
Yeah,
him
but he
anymore.
was on mute.
Yeah, I
And
don't get it.
Cascadian, you can come back. I was interested to hear what you thought.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we certainly didn't want you to leave. We were just trying to figure out where the echo was coming from. Anyway, yeah, no, that's a really I've always found the topic of Freemasonry and secret societies to be particularly interesting to me. Just because, like, especially like once that you kind of crack like the code of like what it's really all about and how simple and logical it is for in a societal sense, and like it's just like, and it makes so much sense at that point. You're just like, oh man, that just like it makes too much sense. It's like they're not controlling the world or anything. It's just a way for people to like network. It's just like a networking thing. It's so hard to network, and even in today's society, it's so hard to find like work or whatever. And this was a way to like kind of like vet people to a degree, right? Like, because like if you all kind of went through these rituals and all this thing like that, it meant like you could kind of trust this guy. You could like meant like this he was one of the brothers. He was one of your brothers, so you could trust him. You could trust to hire him for like whatever and that sort of thing. And that was like in like especially in that kind of world that just makes so much sense. And it got so villainized, and like I'm not saying there weren't secret societies that didn't have like, but I bet even going back into like early days of like the early secret mystery religions and stuff like that, I bet a lot of it had to do with the same kind of thing. It was that there was like, I think a lot of those had a lot more to do with like hallucinogens and stuff like that they went through in their processes. But I mean, and I do think there is actually some really ancient truth in Freemasonry mythology that I think that actually ties a lot into my own beliefs about Gnosticism and stuff like that. For example, I think like I've heard three different interpretations of what the giant G in Freemasonry stands for. One of them being God, one of them being geometry, and the other one being Gnosticism. And I personally think it's Gnosticism, but it depends on like who you talk to that tells you the interpretation of that. What's been your overall interpretation of that?
Well, I think it's interesting. I think it's a fascinating thing that the Freemasons, certainly, if nothing else is true about them, I will say that they've clearly they have a higher philosophical tradition than just like the average like Rotary Club or something like that. I think that is going to attract suspicion automatically because they do seem to be a continuation of something that's very ancient and something that you see all across human societies. You see this idea of this like secret knowledge. I mean, obviously this is within even like the idea of Gnosticism. What does Gnosticism even mean? It means the idea that like certain people possess through learning and through studying a gnosis, a knowledge that not everybody in the world has, that you do advance through the ranks, that some people do know more than others. Some people do acquire that knowledge more than others. And that is going to naturally attract suspicion. It's going to especially naturally attract suspicion when, you see so many of the people that are a member of these groups end up getting ahead in life and getting more power by virtue of being members of these groups. And you can have multiple interpretations for why that is. And perhaps, I mean, I'm almost of the opinion that like, that it's not so much that what the Freemason conspiracy theorists are noting is completely just not there, as much as it is that they're creating value-laden interpretations of it. So they're saying like, what they're doing is they're saying, well, this is true and it's a bad thing. Whereas I'm saying, okay, this is true, but maybe it's not necessarily like a thing that we should just automatically recoil in horror. Like, oh, look at like how influential these Freemasons are being. Like, maybe it's more nuanced than that. Maybe maybe there's some sort of value. Maybe there's something we can learn, even if I'm not a member of a lodge or anything like that. But maybe there's something that we can learn at the very least from the fact that the Masons and these other sorts of groups have been so successful. And maybe there's some way in which, because I mean, a lot of the spiritual beliefs that you hear coming out of some of these people, they do make a lot of sense. They make a lot more sense than like the average, dumbass snake handler Appalachian Pentecostalism that I grew up with. Like, I mean, like there's.
You grew up in a rattlesnake church?
I didn't grow up in it, but I grew up around people that were members of those groups.
I've met a couple of people that ran one before, but like just briefly. But like I never didn't grow up around that stuff that much. So that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yeah, I've considered starting my own secret study before. I've considered starting my own like lodge, like based on my own, just like create my entire like entire thing all of my own, just like create my own like secret study lodge and see if we can get people to join. I've considered doing that before. Just thought I thought it might be fun to try, but I never actually went through with it. But
Is my audio better now?
Yeah,
I hear you totally. Yeah, it was just
what are your thoughts?
I was using my phone, but I wanted to join in this discussion because there was a YouTube channel I found recently that I was watching a few weeks ago called Esoterica that covers a lot of the stuff that you guys are talking about.
Yeah, I know Esoterica well. He's an interesting guy. Justin.
Yeah, a lot of occult stuff. And it's just fascinating because there's a lot of stuff he talked about concerning the satanic panic and how that affected people. And it really just brings a lot of questions about like, what even is like, true. It was funny because they were talking about that movie Hereditary and they were saying that like Paimon's not even like an evil spirit.
Really? I didn't know Paimon was real.
Yeah, Paimon's actually like a real.
I'm having a vertigo thing, so just ignore me. I'm not ignoring you guys or anything. I am listening. I'm just putting my head down so I'm trying to stop the dizziness. So just please continue.
Oh yeah, I don't blame you. I deal with that stuff sometimes too. It sucks.
You said pylon or daimon?
No, Paimon.
Taimon.
No, Paimon with a P.
Pimon?
Yeah.
It might need to be Piemon. I'm not even sure. It might be pie like a pie.
It's from the Key of Solomon.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So do you guys think that like Christians kind of overblew like the what these spirits could do and all this stuff?
I guess it depends on the Christian. They do tend to be more superstitious than non-Christian. I think.
I mean, I guess if you believe that the demons or the spirits, whatever you want to call them, can do anything at all, if you believe they're real.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. I was reading a biography about Enver Hoxha, and in Albania, he banned vampire novels, but yet he had a huge collection of them in his personal library that he loved reading himself.
He just wanted to keep it for himself. He didn't want anybody else. He didn't want anybody else to enjoy them. He was like, this vampire shit, this is just for me.
What was like that in the USSR? Like Dio was banned there because that was considered, superstitious stuff. Even though everything he talked about was just a metaphor. Of course, a lot of like people during Satanic Panic probably didn't think that.
You talking about the rock band?
Yeah, Dio, the band.
Oh.
He used a lot of metaphors in his songs.
Ronnie Dio is also pretty silly too. I hear some of Ronnie Dio stuff and I'm like, people were scared of this stuff. I think the same thing about Ozzy Osbourne a lot of times though too. The thing about Ozzy Osbourne that confused me though is Ozzy Osbourne's lyrics weren't even all that like evil. He was usually like talking about being against evil. Most of his,
I know the only one in the 80s that was like even remotely satanic was Merciful Fate and King Diamond, and that was it.
I know, but he's like War Pigs and Mr. Crowley. Those were all songs about like Mr. Crowley's like literally about like how Aleister Crowley lost his mind. War Pigs is about the forces of light defeating evil. And I'm just like this was the guy that everyone said like the Lord of Darkness and shit like that. What the fuck were they on about? Like it's like,
I know.
And the fact that the music is all kind of like bouncy and happy sounding. It doesn't even sound all that dark.
So since you've been discovering a lot of this spiritual stuff, TCPS, do you really think any of this stuff is as evil as people says it is?
What I would say is that I think that there are entities that want harm for humans, but this idea that there's this like apocalyptic battle between the forces of good and the forces of dark. Like I'm not personally sold on that idea, mostly because it's not really an idea that seems to actually be dominant if you look at what human wisdom has come up with. You know what I mean? Like it seems like you hear that idea really within a highly civilized context in the modern, or I guess in the medieval world. But you don't necessarily see that if you look back at like more primordial human religions. You don't see that this idea of there being this great apocalyptic struggle between the forces of light and the forces of darkness, mostly because, you know, a traditional society, it more would have been viewed as, okay, well, there are entities, there are non-physical entities, and some of them are beneficial to us and some of them are harmful to us, and we need to fight off the ones that are harmful to us and use the ones that are beneficial to us to our benefit. But it's really, there's not like a deeper value judgment than that. It's like everybody understands that there's good spirits and evil spirits, but good and evil spirits are largely...
I was just going to say really quick, I'll let you finish first.
Well, I'd say that largely it's defined in relation to humanity. Like the dark forces in a traditional society are dark forces because of the fact that they're doing things to frustrate the success of like a particular tribe. And the good guys, and by the way, and it's very common within these traditional societies to have a sort of a what's called a henotheistic belief, which is an idea that above all the spirits, there is like this higher ultimate power that will go by various names and usually won't even be that like well understood. This is why in the Lakota mythology, they talk about the great mystery, is because that like whatever the highest God is not even one that's necessarily very well understood by human beings. It's more almost like the Brahman of Hinduism than it is like a Christian or an Islamic conception of God. But it's like, but the highest force is usually seen as being ultimately beneficial to humanity. But within the day-to-day understanding of a tribal society, it would be basically like there are all kinds of spirits. I mean, everything is spirit, right? Like everything is all matter is infused with some sort of spirit in an animistic worldview. But the difference is the nature of the spirits that are inhabiting it. How do they view humanity?
Right. I think he got cut off, but
Do you believe?
Because I know, like in this one African culture, they believe that what could bring you life could also bring you death. So, for example, like the umbilical cord, the cord that you're born with, can also strangle you, but yet gives you life.
Well, I mean, this idea of like duality of potential. Which culture is that, by the way?
Okay.
Oh,
sorry. It seems like it's lagging over on my end.
I see. Do you remember the name of the culture which has that belief?
Maybe if I just turn this. No, I don't. I wish I did. It was just in one of the videos I listened to. I think it was on Home Team History, because they do a crap load of videos on African history and culture. But then it's really stupid because you get these like edgelords on Twitter that like to say that these people didn't know how to dig wells when well digging was actually pretty common in different cultures. Like I even saw a video of Bedouins in Africa, and you saw these guys, you know, go deep into a well to get sand out of a well to keep the water running.
Yeah, I mean, that reminds me of when I lived in China. I knew like a white South African dude who was like a white supremacist who worshiped the old Norse gods, and he used to like say like, oh, like the Africans, all they ever invented was the stick. And I understood, like the psychology of this guy, because he's, again, he's a white guy in South Africa, or from South Africa, growing up in a culture where, basically his people have not only lost control of a country that they traditionally owned, but now the government's actively against them. But like, he went way to the extreme, and he started like just really misrepresenting history in a very cartoonish way. And you get that a lot with like a lot of these people that are resentful. A lot of these like white guys that are resentful, they'll say stuff like that. They'll just rewrite history basically to make it such that it's this Whig history story, fairy tale of how the white man came and saved everything and civilized everything, which is just stupid. And it's not.
It's funny
not
though,
practical.
because they'll talk about how great they are and how inferior everybody else is, but then they'll also have like complete anger and hatred towards Jews because first, apparently,
it's basically, it comes down to the fact that in their view, it's like the purity of the Northern European bloodline. And if you come from the Middle East ultimately, or as they believe, if you come from like Turkestan, like literally they believe that Jewish people, at least Ashkenazi Jews, are actually like Turks from Khazaria, even though the same genetic evidence that they love to cite to prove like all this about like race and IQ, the same genetic evidence shows that that's horse shit, but it doesn't matter to them. They'll pick and choose what they want to believe based on what's convenient in the moment.
Yeah, that's very true. And I mean, it's weird because these are the same people that like have a very limited view of spirituality because there's a lot of analytical stuff Jared Taylor talks about that's interesting, but at the same time, he also just, is just some old school, he's just some old school, like, upper class, guy that would have been just, some guy that worked at a computer office a long time ago, or been a programmer or an engineer a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically just this antebellum Southern gentleman living in the wrong age, going on about like, well, we don't understand. We no longer understand how the white people are being treated. And it's like, it's very. He's got this like. I think he's a fascinating individual because he's well spoken and well read, but he's committed to this ideology that's like very narrow minded and very. It doesn't jive well with
today.
Really, it doesn't jive well with any understanding that is outside of a very narrow paradigm. Like again, me as somebody who's been in the field of cultural anthropology for, over a decade now, like it just strikes me as though he's almost just telling just so stories. He's saying like, well, look, I mean, like this, the white people are a superior people because they have a higher IQ, but that in itself begs the question that like having a higher IQ, whatever that even means, or however that's, defined, is necessarily a good in and of itself. Well, it doesn't necessarily seem to be a good in and of itself because the very same people who talk about the importance of IQ, like Edward Dutton or somebody like that, will say, no, actually, but when you actually look at it, high IQ is just as likely to be a liability for the survival and prosperity of a culture as an asset, because once you start getting people, and studies have been done that show this, that people that score better on IQ tests are more easily suggestible, they're more naive, they're more easily propagandized, and that would seem to put the kibosh on the idea that you could necessarily say that because a group has a higher average score on an IQ test, that's makes some moral claim about their superiority.
Well, it's funny too because he'll like recognize that Asians have the highest IQs, but Asians are also have the most authoritarian societies. Like I don't imagine like because there's like, I've seen places, I don't know if it was like Singapore or Taiwan, but it was one of these countries, and they basically were sleeping in literal cages for their apartments, and they lived in like these large cities, and it looked like hell. I mean, and you'd see some of these places that look like something out of Blade Runner, and you want to tell me that that's like much better than what traditional societies had?
Oh, and by the way, there's a guy named Davida Piffer who is another colleague of these guys like Jared Taylor, Michael Woodley, Edward Dutton, Bruce Charlton. Like he's one of the people within that sphere, and he did a correlation test of like, he didn't directly measure IQ, but he measured a genetic combination which he believed was like heavily correlated with IQ, and he found that it was actually highest among a group called the Evenki, aka the Tungus people of Siberia, who are also some of the most primitive people on earth, these reindeer herders who until very recently literally lived in like little huts made out of birch bark. And I mean, I thought that was fascinating. So literally, like the highest IQ people in the world, or at least the people that are most likely to have this gene that supposedly predicts higher IQ, are actually a pre-literate tribal culture.
Right. Well, and it's funny too, because it's like, what would it benefit the world if, like say, for example, the Hamar tribe in Ethiopia had skyscrapers and cars and all that stuff?
Well, and that's another thing, creating this idea. This is why these white supremacists are actually, in many ways, they're basically just liberals of a different stripe, because they are essentially saying that they're making this value judgment that says that like technological progress and society and social progress is necessarily a net positive, an end goal, a worthy end goal in and of itself. But that's not. I mean, that's just a very modern Western way of looking at it. And the reality is that, that's not a given. We know that that's not a given. We know that's not the only way of looking at it, because right now we're living in a world where we have groups like the Tuareg that have been spending half a century literally fighting off modern progress, waging war against states that are trying to make them progress technologically. And it's clear that we have, and they're not the only example. We have multiple examples of societies that are deliberately choosing to continue to live, in huts or in tents or something like that, and they're waging wars against governments that are trying to modernize them, quote unquote, for their own good. So it's clear that it's not just this axiomatic thing, that this liberal idea of modern technological progress and social progress is just this good in and of itself that we can all accept, because we have major wars going on right now in the world over this issue, where people are fighting against governments that are forcibly modernizing them. So how come it is that we're just going to arbitrarily claim that this one standard that we only hold because we're propagandized by the West to hold the standard is necessarily a valid standard? Well, the white supremacists, they never actually asked this question. There's still enough on the Western plantation that they can't actually ask the most fundamental sorts of questions.
Correct. And it does make me wonder, like, back to the subject we were originally talking about, like as far as religion's concerned, what do you think would work better for a country like the United States? Because, I remember.
Good.
Oh, you're cutting out again. Now you're muted.
Yeah, I just bumped something and it just did that. So I was just thinking about like the Tao of Love, because you didn't get to part 2, but I was thinking back on like what you were talking about on there, because what you were saying was actually very true. And I could just say that from personal experience, because there was that African concept called kunyaza, where they were talking about how you can make like a woman ejaculate and stuff.
Hey, Ron, welcome to the Extreme Stream.
What's up?
Yeah, no, that was something which I was really hoping to get into. The problem is that like YouTube really doesn't like it. They don't like it when I talk about anything, but they really don't like it when I talk about that, which I guess I understand. But like that's like I had to take down all my videos about female sexuality just because it was the algorithm was really reacting.
Do they send you a notice like this is what's in your video?
No, I think what they did was they would just make it shadow banning him to where he wouldn't get like any views from that
I'm
stuff.
probably shadow banned, at least that. But they haven't sent me anything saying don't say this on here. I'm waiting
usually
for it.
don't.
Believe me, any day now.
No,
But
I
yeah,
mean,
like
to me, the big sign is that I would actually start looking at the analytics. I would see views getting taken away. So I would see like it would have this many views one day, and then the next day it would have like 3 or 4 fewer views. I was like, okay, that's not normal or natural.
yeah, because like they would rather have you ranting about drag queen story hour or complaining about abortion or other things like that. But then as soon as you talk about something like female sexuality, it's just like, oh no, we don't want you talking about that now.
Well, I mean, it's and I think there's multiple reasons for that, but like part of what is just that like that's to a large degree, and this is one of the problems that the West has never been able to, like the West is still with all the liberalization and feminism, like the West has still not gotten to the point where it's comfortable talking about female sexuality, and it's almost like they have to. It's like even in the age of sexual liberation, they have to use this copium. So now, like the big copium now is okay. Now maybe we can. Now maybe we're not going to coddle sensitive beta male egos enough to deny female sexuality completely. The age of feminism and the sexual revolution has made that impossible. So now what we're going to do instead is we're going to try to downplay it and negate it by making all these really false and, if you ask me, totally ridiculous claims that like women have a much lower libido than men, and that science somehow.
Yeah, no, that's crap, because Katie back there could easily say that, like, from personal experience.
What?
So do you think that's a bunch of crap when people say that women have lower libido than men?
Yeah.
Because I know from personal experience with you that that's like not the case.
Well, that's totally, and to me, it gets so frustrating when I hear like, and by the way, I'm gonna be honest, like, no disrespect to anybody on this panel if you disagree with me, but like the guys that think that that's true, it's because they suck in bed. Like,
well, it's funny because me and Katie were watching this movie called The Burning, and there's this muscle-bound doofus named Glazer, and he's like attracted to this woman, and as soon as he gets to do it, as soon as he gets to hump her, he prematurely ejaculates immediately and ruins it before they get killed by Cropsy. And I was just laughing about that because it just kind of went back to like an article Pilly wrote about these guys that think that you're good, that you're a badass if you just get muscles and be like Yukio Mishima. And he called it the Mishima delusion because these people think that like, oh, if you're big and buff, then you're a good writer. And actually that's not the case in a lot of times.
When you asked your girlfriend or wife about the libido question, you reminded me of one of my favorite comedians. He's Ryan Long. He's the guy who did the woke versus racist YouTube clip. Right. And so one of his stand-up comedy sets, he's he's just like, yeah, like he's talking about that, right? And he's just like women, like he's just like, yeah, he's like, I don't think, I think that's a misconception. It's like women, like how many of you believe that women can be just as horny as guys? And then like by applause, and then like some women like started clapping, like a few, and then he's like, see, I don't actually believe that. I just wanted to see where all the hoes were at. Oh. It was so good. It was so good.
But yeah,
I would say that the perspective that somebody who studies world cultures would be that it's that there's probably not that many guys that can be as horny as women, if they're being honest.
you're right though that there's a lot of guys that just suck at pleasing women, and it was funny because one time when I was hanging out with her, I was talking to this one person she's friends with, and this one person we were talking about I was talking about the incel things to this person, and she was telling me that a lot of these guys just don't know how to like understand women, or at least try to meet women halfway on things or communicate with them.
Yeah, well, I mean, where do they get that from culture? Who's teaching them to do that? Nobody, because where are they going to? They're
Teaching them
literally
what? To not understand women?
Well, we're in a maladaptive society where men and women don't learn to communicate properly, and then these men who get frustrated and get blown out because they're trying to pick up girls and they're sucking at it. So what do? They start listening to like
How is it just the
garbage.
men's problem though? If neither gender is being taught how to communicate, how does it fall on the man?
It only falls on the men because part of the maladaptive nature of our society is that it's expected that men have to be the leaders and have to make the first move, which, by the way, is not true in a whole lot of other cultures. But
Yeah,
like,
that wasn't true with my first girlfriend, because my first girlfriend I met at a dance, and she just immediately asked me to dance with her, and then she asked if we wanted to hook up, and it just went from there.
What's a
no, I
culture
mean,
men are not supposed
if
to
you like,
What is
generally speaking,
What are some examples of cultures where men is not the leader and they're not expected to be?
we're cultures where men
Are not expected to be leaders.
Cultures where men are not expected to be leaders of the courtship process. There's a ton of them. Like,
So what would they?
I've actually mentioned two of them just within the last 10 minutes: the Evenki and the Tuareg.
Oh, so are they hunter?
Those cultures.
Are they hunter gatherer?
The Evenki are reindeer herders. The Tuareg are camel herders.
Okay.
There's also the Pueblo Indians. There's a bunch of different cultures there. They're corn growers. The Tarahumara, who live in Mexico, they're also corn growers. The Aymara, there's millions and millions of them living in Peru and Bolivia. They're like potato growers. There's there's cultures that actually go even farther than that. You could look at a culture like the Kwoma, who live in New Guinea, or the Kayapa people who live in Ecuador, among whom, like, it's actually like a serious violation of religious taboos if men ever make the first move in initiating sex, even after they're married, is always seen as being the women that have to do that.
Hunter-gatherer tribes tend to be way more egalitarian.
Yeah, and you look at it, like, when you look at traditional societies, hunter-gatherers, but even a lot of like pastoralist societies, even some like horticultural or agricultural societies, they don't do things alongside these crazy, silly, ridiculous rules that we make up that are dumb and maladaptive, and they don't make sense. And they lead to a lot of pain and suffering for people involved, and essentially like what we've done. And okay, maybe we've come a long way with like modern feminism from what things would have been like in the 50s and 60s, but not really, because we haven't really ultimately questioned these things, and we're still operating in many ways in this paradigm whereby the male is essentially poorly socialized, for one thing, very poorly socialized, which is why men are seen as being like, more autistic and more like emotionally closed than women in our society. It's not because, that's just something inherent within the male brain, the way that morons like Simon Baron-Cohen believe, but it's because of socialization. And you find exceptions within the ethnographic record, many of them. So
socialization, I think it's also a mixture of actual inherent, on average, differences. I'm not saying it's not socialization at all, but I don't think we can just say it's all culture.
So do you think that it's inherent that women are going to be like more sociable than men?
Not every woman, but on average, you'll see more of that.
Only in Western society. So that does not in any way replicate across the ethnographic record. You understand that? In fact, that's so poorly replicates across the ethnographic record that there are evolutionary psychologists like Joyce Benenson, who've written entire books arguing that in a state of nature, men are much more social and build much larger coalitions than women, and that it's only in modern Western society that the opposite is the case.
The most feminist societies on earth have the most bifurcated gender distributions.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's true, but that's because, and this has commonly been shown to be the case, that like sex differences in personality are far greater in modern Western societies than anywhere else in the world.
Because we're weird.
The most feminist societies have the most like female nurses and the fewest female engineers. Like if you want to find female engineers, go to Iran. They're all over the place.
Yeah, well, I mean, but that's, to me, that's you're basically proving my point. You're saying that essentially modern Western society has created this socialization pressure that leads to these extreme.
No, but what I'm saying is the most feminist countries on earth, the countries that are making the most effort to get rid of those things, are the ones where the women go and become nurses the most often and the engineers the least often.
How does that not prove my point?
It goes exactly against your point. I think. Well, what is your point?
My point isn't that like modern feminism is going to erase gender distinctions. My point is that modern feminism is basically irrelevant for this, that basically what it comes down to is cultural pressures that are not the same thing as, because I think I see what you're saying. You're saying that like, well, if we have these modern feminist ideologies, that's the environment that would change. But the reality is that like people finally, that stuff is irrelevant, because the thing that affects people's personalities is going to be the subtle ways that they're brought up as children, which is not going to have much to do with like, oh, well, there's this feminist idea that we should have like female engineers or something. That's not going to have very much to do with the ways that parents subtly inculcate children with certain values. Now, this has been studied over and over again by a man named Herbert Berry in connection with multiple different other anthropologists like Alice Schlegel, etc. And they've written a huge, vast corpus of literature from the 1950s up to the 2000s talking about cross-cultural differences in the inculcation of children with various values. And what they found was that across the vast majority of human societies, there's actually very little differences between how boys and girls are raised by the society. That Western society, in fact, it seems, has these very vast differences in the way that they treat boys growing up and the way they treat girls growing up that you don't see in the majority of tribal societies, the majority of like pre-industrial societies. And that, yeah, you'll see them sometimes, but you won't see them. You'll see them less often than you'll see congruence between the way that both males and females are socialized.
I wanted to make a book recommendation for you that I have, because we've talked before. We have common interests. A book that I have every confidence you will love is called "The Weirdest People in the World" by Joseph Henrich. And it basically talks about like weird as in, Western educated, industrialized, rich, democratic. He talked about how like in Europe in the Middle Ages leading into the modern ages, the church in conjunction with the secular authorities, basically they made a lot of policy moves that essentially broke up family-based lineages or like tribes. Like, so they made it so that like, you could not marry someone who was any more closely related to you than your sixth cousin. Right. So that's one example of policies, right? Like they made it very hard to do that. And this coincided also with the Industrial Revolution. And so you had more and more people kind of filtering, like, because you had to like leave your community more to find mates, because like chances are anyone in your community are usually more closely related to you than six cousins. Right. And with the Industrial Revolution and all that stuff, you start seeing more people going to more like developing urban centers. And then, so you're moving away from the tribe and the family towards these like more kind of like individualistic areas, because where it had to become more individualistic because your lineage mattered so much less. Like you left them. And what they found was that, the big five personality things that like psychologists, they think that's universal. It's not. like if you do those big, like the big five personality things, like in tribal communities or other like non-Western communities, like in some they found that like the factor analysis basically it goes down to two factors, which essentially kind of roughly correspond to male typical and female typical orientations. Like one being highly sociability, like focusing on the harmony of the tribe, and the other one being more on like productivity. But so anyhow, but why this is neat though is because what they found was that like when you're in a small tribe, for example, like yeah, you could have some degree of specialization, but there's more generalism. You know what I mean? But when you start having like the you know the more kind of after the industrial revolution, you start getting more and more precise work opportunities that tap on very particular aptitudes. And so what ends up happening is people like, let's say you're more thing oriented, well, you're more likely to go into something that's more mechanical or engineering type thing. And if you're more socially oriented, you're more likely to go into something like caregiving or educating or something. And so what ends up, and then when you go into those areas, you're specializing. And you're also competing with other people who are strong in those areas. And so you're doubling down on it. And so what seems to have happened is that like what might have started off as relatively small, like not trivial, but smaller differences in like inclinations and interests and strengths and weaknesses ends up getting amplified because like, for example, the thing oriented people start working in the context of a whole bunch of other thing oriented people and competing with them. And same thing with the people-oriented people. And so you end up starting getting more and more specialization. Whereas in a small tribe where you have to be more of a generalist, you don't become as much of an expert or oriented towards any one thing. You might have your strength and your weaknesses, but you're more generalist just because of like, you know, you're not specialized.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's I think there's a lot of truth in that. And certainly if you look at, if you look at small scale tribal societies, what you'll see basically relatively little difference between like modal personalities between the members. And this, of course, most famously was studied by Margaret Mead with the Mundagumor and the Arapesh, right? The Mundagumor, which I actually think that the book Sex and Temperament in New Guinea Societies is an excellent book because it sort of shows the silliness of trying to say that there's like a man personality and a woman personality, because what she did was she studied a relatively small part of New Guinea and found that the stereotypical male macho American personality was held by basically everybody, both men and women, in a society called the Mundagumor, who lived in this one area of the Sepik River Basin in New Guinea. And then on the other side was a group called the Arapesh, and they basically were the opposite, that for them, the modal personality for both men and women was the stereotypical feminine, soft, nurturant personality that we think of in the West.
Okay, so question. How was marriage organized there? Was it self-determined or was it arranged?
Within the Mundagumor, I believe it was I don't think it was arranged marriage. I don't know about the Arapesh. Within the Mundagumor, it was self-determined, and there was a relatively high rate of sex outside of marriage.
And
okay, was not among the Arapesh.
And then, how big was the network? Like, did people tend to marry, sort of relatively speaking, within the family? Like, not like your sister, but maybe your second cousin, like that kind of thing.
Within the Arapesh, it was fairly common. So she studied a group called the Mountain Arapesh. Yep. And it was fairly common, and who are different people from another group called the Plains Arapesh, and they spoke a different language. Mm-hmm. It was fairly common within the Arapesh tribe for Mountain Arapesh to intermarry with Plains Arapesh, which would indicate.
Okay, so because they're trying to get some genetic variants. They don't want to be marrying too close to their own, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so were these kind of tribes that had they were obviously on reasonably good terms with each other, right?
Actually, the Mundagumor and the Arapesh, although they were in the same general area, they were not in direct contact with each other. Just because, if you know anything about New Guinea, New Guinea, there's so much tribal fission there. There's literally 1,000 languages spoken just in this one half of the island that's Papua New Guinea. There's so much tribal fission and so little communication within tribes that you could be 10 miles away and from another tribe and never see each other. So
Right.
the Arapesh, they were they were in contact with tribes in their immediate environs, but they were not close enough to the Mundagumor to be in regular contact with them.
So they weren't competing with each other, basically. So like there wouldn't have been that sense of tension.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Yeah, because a lot of it's like in a culture where like it's more if it's like arranged marriages, you really don't have to like peacock to like attract mates to you because your mate is going to be paired up based on you know the families are going to talk, the parents are going to talk, and they're going to try and like it's basically going to be marriage that like it's got to consider obviously the happiness of the husband and the wife obviously, but like it's not just about them. It's also about kind of what's best for their mutual communities, right? And so in that case, because it's not just about you, like whereas like here in our culture now, where it's like total like free choice and everything, it's like you kind of have to advertise yourself more. You have to make yourself more attractive because if that person's going to marry you, it's their choice, and they're choosing you amidst a group like you know other people they could maybe possibly marry, and then it's like so that could lead you to start trying to like you know like make yourself as attractive as possible. And one way to do that is to like magnify if you're female, lean into your femininity, and if you're male, lean into your masculinity. That's one major cluster of ways of doing that. But if you're mainly getting married off by your family in a way that's like, yeah, they're going to ask you, like, you know, I assume they're going to like, they want you to be reasonably happy. They're not going to like not take your opinion into account. But really, the marriage is not just about you. It's about you and your whole family.
But even in cultures where they don't have arranged marriages, what you see is that you see a broad definition in what is considered an attractive trait within, you know, for a man or for a woman. Like you see, like, I mean, we would consider that as ridiculous, especially I would say for men. Like for women, you know, this is less and less the case because of all this like fat positivity stuff. But like there's this idea in our culture that, especially for men, that like nobody would find a fat guy attractive. But
no, you will. If he makes up for it in serious other ways.
No, but nobody will find a fat guy attractive by virtue of him being a fat guy.
Yeah, no, exactly.
There was one African culture where they
literally you're supposed like there's a group. Is it the Mercy? I think it might be the Mercy people in Ethiopia who literally, for them, like the men will deliberately overeat till they become like look like sumo.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of.
Because that makes them more attractive to women. Like that sort of thing will happen. And to me, what that shows is, hang on, well, okay, so every culture is going to have things that people find attractive, but the nature of those are going to be radically different. I mean, in most cultures in the West and, you know, in China as well, obviously China even more extreme than in the West, it was viewed as very attractive for women to have small feet. Like it's very unattractive for women to have big feet. Oh, wait, but if you look at the Batak people who live in Sumatra, they consider that it's attractive for women to have like really big feet.
Interesting. I wonder why. Like, I get it. Like, yeah, with the obesity, the fat thing, it's like, yeah, in certain cultures, like historically, you know this. So, yeah, I can tell you know this because of your orientation and interest. But like, you know, in some like before, like being obese to some degree was relatively attractive because it probably communicated that you had access to dependable food, which is a good sign. Whereas, like now, actually, it's like it's way like it's like I remember like a bunch of years ago, I went into so I live in Tucson, Arizona. And there's like a grocery chain called Food City. And I went in there once just because like it was the closest grocery store to me. So like I'll go to that one this time. And it's a really like low cost grocery store. And oh my God, like you just go to the cold cut section. They don't have turkey cold cuts. All they have is like bologna and salami. And it's like the worst quality. Like you look at the statistics of the nutrition and it's like no protein, so much fat. You know what I mean? Like so much sodium and all that shit, you know, like it's just like, and this is not a secret. Like it actually is much more expensive to eat healthy than it is to eat cheap. So in our culture now, like being overweight is not an indicator of financial comfort. If anything, it's an indicator that you're not financially doing well, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you look at the statistics of who tends to be obese, it tends to be poor people. And the wealthier you are, the slimmer you are. I mean, was it the I don't remember what's her name that the King of England abdicated the throne to go run after her. She said that you can never be too rich or too thin. And that's the modern Western attitude for the last 100 years, basically. But that's, and obviously you're right, and that's something that you can have a cultural explanation for. Well, in some cultures, having access to food is a sign of prosperity. But like, to me, the thing is when it starts becoming like, oh, well, there's actually surprisingly few consistent beauty standards that you see across all cultures. I mean, there are some cultures where women try to do whatever they can to grow facial hair. Like there's some parts of New Guinea where that's considered attractive.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah, I'd just be very curious as to know I don't know, why. Yeah, I'm just curious as to why. Like it must be signaling something. I don't know. I would think, or correlated with something desirable. Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't claim to necessarily know the answer to all those questions. I would say that to a large degree, it could be even just something as simple as like a tribal marker. Like, oh, well, this is a sign that you're part of this group. Like in the Karen people in Burma, for who obviously they're infamous or famous in the West because of the neck rings that give the women like super long necks.
Oh, that's
that's done largely. Yeah, that's done largely because that's seen as being like, for them, they're highly endogamous. They're the opposite of the weird people you were talking about that were like, they think that, there's something positive about marrying within the group, marrying within the local area. And to them, it's attractive to have those procedures done because it's a sign that you're part of their group. It's a sign that you're one of them, that you're a true Karen person.
I remember I did a sociology class in undergrad, and they talked about there was like certain cultures like in history where like it was a status symbol to wear clothing that if you're wearing, and I guess in a way we still have that now, but clothing where there's no way you're doing physical labor, right? In those clothing, and in a way it's almost like it signifies that you don't need to do physical labor, right? So like, you would wear like wearing clothing such that you would like sometimes it got so extreme that you wore like people wore clothing that was so self-limiting that they needed somebody to help them. And so it had the effect of showing they're so rich that they can, one, buy this extremely expensive, and two, extremely unfunctional clothing that is so unfunctional that they need that person that they're employing to help them. Like it's like that was at least the way that it was interpreted in this class. But and like by the same token, I think in some cultures in Asia, like Korea, Japan, maybe, they like it's more attractive to have lighter, like closer to white, fair skin. And I'm not sure if that's because they're trying to look like Americans, Canadians, Brits, or whatever, because it might also be that if your skin is that light, it means you're not working out in the sun, which means you're not you know what I mean? Like you're not a laborer, basically, historically speaking.
Yeah, I think that there is a lot of, obviously, because even in European culture, there's this idea that that like beauty, especially for like women, it was like the princess was always like super white, super light, Snow White, right? Whereas like then you get the idea that if you're working out in the sun, you're a redneck, you're like not a very sophisticated person. So that motif definitely exists even within Western culture. I don't know. I think it's fascinating. I should look that up if there's any cultures where like you're more desirable the darker your skin is. There probably is. But I mean, there's so few consistent standards for so many things. Like, it's really. I mean, this is one of the fascinating things this is why I like to study anthropology, is because you learn human diversity is such that you can't really say that there's a rule about, well, human nature is X, because you're going to find an exception to it. You're going to find almost, I mean, even, on the subject of like gender relations, male female behavior and things like that, like we tend to think that, well, if there's one thing that is always going to be in the hands of men, it would be warfare, right? Because of like men being larger and stronger. But even there, you see, there's a little island off the coast of Sumatra called Enggano, and Enggano Island was fascinating because it was basically, even though it was not that far from Sumatra, it was basically completely uncontacted by the outside world until just like about 150 to 200 years ago, maybe a little longer ago than that. But it was, but when they were contacted, it turned out that both men and women went to war and basically held major roles as combatants in this society, and there was no idea that like, oh, like that the men were necessarily more likely to be warriors than the women. It was just everybody did it.
I could see that happening if you were really in a pinch, but it just seems like kind of dumb at the level of the population. It's like, because like women are the limiting factor for the next generation, and then even if you don't think about it in that sort of like long-term Darwinian sense, you'll be like, okay, like if there are significantly like it is better to have a tribe with as many women as men or more women than men, because to the extent that you start having a tribe with significantly more men than women, you're having significantly more men out of the mating game.
Not necessarily though, because what you end up having a lot, because this is actually fairly common in history. Because again, another one of these things that we take for granted now, but it wasn't historically true, was women have a higher life expectancy than men. That was not true throughout the majority of human history. So,
really? Well, I guess maybe it might have been one of those things where because like death during childbirth.
Yeah, and that would have been a large part. I mean, there were several factors that would have been at play, but one result was that was actually extremely common. I mean, even in Europe, up until like the 17th, 18th centuries, there were more adult men than women in the population. Like if you look at back in the Middle Ages, and if you look at like pretty much all the doctors from the Middle Ages, they all just assumed that men live longer than women because that was the case in the society at the time, and they what they found or what ended up a lot of times happening. Obviously, this wouldn't have been so much the case in Europe, but this would have happened quite commonly, far more commonly than people or even a lot of anthropologists are willing to acknowledge, is polyandry, which is essentially polygamy with multiple husbands for one wife. And obviously, that's most famously associated with Tibet, but you find de facto polyandry or even sometimes de jure polyandry happening all over the world, all over India, in parts of China, other than the Tibetan parts, Mongolia, various parts of Africa, various Native American tribes. You actually find like a relatively strong tradition of either true polyandry or else like what very often happened in these tribes, which is just basically just promiscuity, basically just everybody sleeping around.
I could see that being like something that would happen if there's more males than females, and it's just a way to keep the harmony in the community. And especially if the males look relatively similar to each other, like same race and it's same, because it's like if there's like a wife that has two husbands and they're regularly having sex, then for any one baby, oftentimes you don't necessarily know if it's yours or the other guy's.
Well, you see in a lot of these cases, and you see this with Tibetans, you see this with like the Toda and other Dravidian tribes in South India that are polyandrous. You see this with Uralic polyandrous people like the Mari and the Udmurts. Is that it'll be what's called fraternal polyandry, which will be like basically like you have three brothers and the three brothers will marry one woman or something like that.
Yeah, and so it's like whether it's your baby or your brother, from a Darwinian sense, it's basically all the same, and you would never know, and she probably is having more than one kid with you guys, and so it's like probably at least one of them is yours, and if it's not yours, then it's your nephew.
And by the way, and there's also this idea, because I know a lot of like the incels are obsessed with this idea that like there's this harsh deterministic system in nature that just forces most men or a huge percentage of men to be incel, And what they point to is the idea that we have significantly more female than male ancestors. But the problem with that is that that they're basically jumping from like point A to point X or something, and they're not dealing with all the things that are going on in between that help to explain that, because what's really happening, first of all, it's more complicated than just, well, we have way more female than male ancestors. What it more is that at certain times in history, we had significantly more female ancestors. Other times in history, we didn't. Other places, we didn't. You look in China. In China, that's not true. In Western societies, it is more likely to be true, but even there, it's only in certain times and places. So that's one thing that they leave out of the analysis because they're, simple-minded. But another thing that they leave out of the analysis is the fact that a huge percentage of people historically did not reproduce but were sexually active in a lot of these, especially a lot of these tribal societies, because what you ended up having was basically collective orgies that themselves, because there was so much sex happening, it was almost like a form of birth control. So it was like, if you have a large enough number of guys having sex with a woman on a single night, that'll actually depress fertility significantly. So
Really?
you'll have basically these tribes where everybody is getting laid a bunch, but like they aren't having kids because they actually end up depressing the fertility. And they'll do other things too. I mean, they'll do sexual practices that don't promote fertility. Like, we don't even realize the extent to which even what we think of sex as being is something that was largely created by the modern age. And there's a book by Thomas Hitchcock about this called English Sexuality, from 1700 to 1800, that indicated that like this idea of the preeminence of sexual intercourse, the way we think of it, like this is actually an idea that was created during the 18th century and was not held widely by a lot of other cultures. Cascadian was just on here talking about kunyaza. Kunyaza was the traditional method of having sex in Rwanda and Burundi. A lot of these other cultures had other ways that they had sex, which made it much less likely that anybody at a given state would get pregnant, which is why actually a lot of tribal societies had relatively low fertility rates. This idea of very high fertility, this idea of population explosion, it's more recent, because even the method of going about sexual relations would have been different and would have been less conducive to fertility, and it would have been better at actually pleasing the woman, because sexual intercourse, the way we do, it's not very good at that, whereas a lot of what people did in these pre-18th century or pre-modern sorts of societies, look at the Gonds, you look at the Trobriand Islanders, you look at various other Pacific Island peoples, you look at the Tuareg, you look at various Native American peoples, what they were doing was actually superior at creating mutual satisfaction for both men and women.
Okay. Well, like, what would they do? More oral and hands and just are tight, like all the things that some of us will do, some of the,
basically just things that they would involve larger amounts of the body, and they would do more specifically to stimulate the clitoris.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting.
Did y'all solve it?
What's up?
It sounded like it came to a resolution.
Yeah, no, I do like talking about this stuff. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I like hearing about it. I have not much to say about it because it's way outside of my area of expertise. But it's interesting to hear about.
Yeah, I mean, well, to me, this is why I study this stuff, because, the more I can say for myself, the more I've learned about this stuff, the more I've realized that, like, there's such a vast world of possibility, and we're stuck in such a narrow box.
But that's true for any culture, right? We all have cultural limitations.
Yeah, like they're stuck in their box too.
Yeah.
But see, the difference is that and this is the one good thing I will say about modernity, which I'm usually pretty harsh on, is that we have this opportunity to learn how to do it right. So we're much more faulted if we get it wrong because we have all this research there, and we have this opportunity to learn how to do it, how to do it right. And we're I'm not saying we'll never get there, but right now we're really dragging our feet. We've had we had all this promise back in the 60s that we were finally going to deconstruct our silly presuppositions and beliefs that we'd inherited from the Victorians. And what was it, 50 something years on,
I'd like to think I did
we're
my
not
part.
really there yet. We haven't made out that much progress.
Well,
But
another
is
thing
it right? Like you said, get it right. Isn't that contextual? Wouldn't what's right depend on circumstances?
I guess what I'll say is get it so that it's adaptive, because right now we have a maladaptive society, and right now we have maladaptive ways of structuring relations between men and women, and it's really hurting the potential that we have as a society. And it'll eventually, I think, will have disastrous consequences unless we can figure things out.
Another thing too that's worth saying is that in our since the agricultural revolution and then at an increasingly rapid rate ever since, our culture is and our ways of doing things are changing so quickly. And it's like the analogy I've give is it's like we're walking in a forest in the dark, and we're not leaving a bread trail behind us, and we're walking faster and faster and faster. And so it's kind of like Peterson, people have mixed feelings about him or negative, positive, whatever. But one of the things he talks about is I like G.K. Chesterson's fence. Don't tear down a fence until you understand the reasons it was put there, because you don't know, it might be serving invisible functions that you're not aware of. And so with these tribes, these old tribes, their ways of doing things, they've been in place for a very, very, very long time. And they've kind of they've been tinkered with and adjusted very humbly and slowly over time and so forth. Whereas with our culture, we've made big, rapid, sweeping changes at increasingly rapid rates. And so that's risky, right? Their method is a more conservative method. Slow, something is working. It's pretty stable. Let's not make any big changes. Whereas with us, we're just we're making rapid changes. And so what we're doing is way more risky.
Yeah, and that's true. And I guess to potentially maybe nudged within that is the promise. Maybe there's the tragedy and hope, right? I talk a lot about the tragedy of modernity. Maybe that's the hope, is that because things are moving so rapidly, that means that it'll only take a generation or so for things to start moving in the right direction. Seriously.
But then the problem is that we've gone so far in the forest without leaving a bread trail, and it's dark, that if we find out we're in a bad place, we might not know how to get back.
Yeah, and that's true. That's the issue. That's the real issue here, is that it's like one step forward, one step back almost. It's like in as many ways as we've learned and try to get better, in just as many ways we've forgotten lessons and we've ended up getting worse. It's almost like this is one of the main reasons why I critique the West so much, is that it gets stuck in these dialectics. This us versus them, either or dialectic, which is...
You don't think other cultures do that? How is that different from just tribalism?
I mean, I would say almost in other cultures, it's almost like there's not even a dialectic, because there's just only one way of doing things. And in fortunate societies, that one way is an adaptive, good way of doing things. In unfortunate societies, it's a maladaptive and bad way of doing things. And typically those societies don't end up lasting that long. You have, you see, because I'm not going to be like a total, Boasian cultural relativist and claim that every culture in the ethnographic record is just super awesome, because there are plenty of maladaptive, lousy societies, and it's important to study those to see what not to do as well. But what you find in those in many of the maladaptive, lousy societies is that it's clear that they were on their way out when they were contacted, and that they may not have lasted that much longer. Like you look at a group like the Munduruku, who are my go-to example of just a really awful society that was totally maladaptive and totally got pretty much every one of the lessons that I'm trying to impart, trying to learn for traditional societies. They got even more wrong by far than we did. Well, it was clear when they were studied by anthropologists that their level of internal cohesion was so bad that they were on the verge of literally splitting up and no longer being a society anymore. So that's so what happens is that, and who knows how many times in our thousands and thousands of years of existence we've had that happen, but typically what will happen is that when that occurs, the society will fail. And really what we end up with are the societies that are left and that end up surviving for a long time are the ones that really have something going for them.
And sometimes you might have like the societies that win might not actually be the ones that have the better long-term strategy. They might just have a much better short-term strategy. And so, you know what I mean? It's kind of like an analogy would be, let's say that you have like a race. It's going to be a marathon, but the rule is that whoever like gets to like the 300-meter mark first gets a gun that they can use on their competitors. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like the sprinter, if there was the gun option wasn't an option, yeah, they would be winning for the first 2 minutes of the race, and then they would just get hammered for the rest of it, right? But if they get the gun a little in, then they kill off their competitors, and then it's like they themselves keel over and collapse at 600 meters because they've been running too fast. But the thing is, they've outlasted their competitors, but they also didn't finish the race. So it's like you could have like that's what happens with like the agricultural revolution, like.
Yeah, I mean that's what ends up happening is that because you could play the game of tech progressivism and civilizationism, but then by doing that, you lock yourself into the rise and fall of civilizations. So once you become a civilization, you're going to have a rise and fall, and no matter how high you rise up, you will fall equally.
But it's like it is, even if the new farmers versus the people that just maintained hunter-gathering, the hunter-gatherers might have had a better long game strategy. It might have been indefinitely sustainable, whereas like going down the agricultural revolution route might have like spelled eventual disaster, but that disaster might not come for 20,000 years. That's plenty of time to wipe out the people with the more sustainable strategy.
And you know what? And maybe that will happen. There don't seem to be many hunter-gatherers left outside of North Sentinel Island, so it is possible that
it's happening right now.
To see a world where hunting and gathering goes completely extinct, and and there's an ancient Eastern name for that world is called Kali Yuga, the age ruled by demons.
I'm ready for that one.
I remember like a year ago, because it's like, we were talking about this recently, I think, right? Where I was saying about like my approach to talking about this is like I invoke evolutionary theory, because otherwise it's very easy when you talk about this kind of stuff the way that you and I are. You sound like a naive freaking tree hugging hippie that doesn't have a clue about how the world actually works, right? I remember like maybe not even a year ago, on like some Reddit forum, I was talking about this kind of stuff, and I was basically saying like the way we are living, like it's actually unsustainable, right? And one of the people responded back basically acting like I'm an idiot. And they're like, what, you're saying like Greece isn't sustainable, right? And because they've been around for a long time by our standards. And I basically I just said, well, let's take a look at this. Modern human life has been around for, I think, a few 100,000 years. The life of primate life has been around for a few million years. Life in general has been around for, millions of years. I'm getting these numbers a little wrong. In 10 or 12,000 years, we have gotten since the agricultural revolution, we have gotten ourselves to the point where if we were so inclined, we could blow this world up 50 times over. Right. That kind of thing. And then I also pointed out, like, by the way, like, if you're going to cite examples of sustainable societies, you might not want to cite Greece because they've been so bankrupted for the last little while that they need the EU to bail them out. Right. But anyhow, yeah, he never.
Well, I think it's hilarious, the people that go on about like, oh, you're naive, Rousseauian, like his, you know what really is annoying about that argument? Because you're right, I've gotten that too many times from people that are just really intellectually not there. These are the people that believe Steven Pinker is a reliable source. Like these are the people that believe in like Whig history, Francis Fukuyama stupidity. These are the people that are like it's the lady doth protest too much. Like
so
these clowns,
the better angels of our nature. That's the one you're critical of, right?
Yeah.
Like, I haven't read that, but okay. I just wanted to make sure. I know you're
like literally. These are the people who, because some public intellectual tells them what they want to hear, they're going to give credence to this worldview that's incredibly naive, that literally tells you just trust neoliberalism, just trust capitalism, just trust the military industrial complex. It has your best interests at heart, and you're like some crazy hippie if you're critical of these things, if you're critical of the modern technology, modern society, modern government, modern the modern surveillance state. To me, I can't imagine a more naive worldview.
One of his big arguments, if I recall correctly, is that violence has been going down progressively over the years, right? Whereas there used to be more, yes, like we have the capacity now for more brutal, high-scale violence, and sometimes we enact that. Whereas before, there was not large-scale violence, but there was much more frequent small-scale violence. And I guess, so I guess the argument is when you sum it all up together, we are less inclined to violence now. We're less likely to die of violence than we would have been, like in the past, at any interval in the past.
See, the problem is that he way overstates his case.
Okay.
In both directions, like way overstates his case in both directions, to the point where he actually commits academic fraud. And the only reason why he hasn't been kicked out of the university is because he says what the establishment wants him to say. Because if you really look at, there's been literally hundreds of critiques from all across multiple fields, not only cultural anthropology, but history, archaeology. The claims that he makes have been shown by probably hundreds of people to be in either erroneous or in some cases deliberately fabricated. Like he will and this is why, actual academics don't take, like actual academics, and I've talked to multiple of them and I've, read a whole bunch of what they have to say. Like the academic reputation of the better angels of our nature is not that different from the academic reputation of like flat earth. Like it's really, really, really not viewed positively, because this is a typical example of the methodology of Steven Pinker. I don't remember the tribe that he was talking about, but he uses as proof that X society was incredibly violent and this Hobbesian horrible hell world. And by the way, he doesn't just say like, oh, well, there's more violence. He actually like actively goes out of his way to demonize, and actually I think a very racist way, a lot of these traditional societies, and basically just makes them look like horrible, bloodthirsty savages. He goes on and on with all this really negative language in the way he frames these societies. And then it turns out, what date is he basing it on? He's basing it on, like, I think it was at one of the Aboriginal Australian tribes or possibly a New Guinean tribe. He said, like, well, 30% of the deaths in this society were based on were violent. And then his source for that was that when white people came in and exterminated them, 30% of the men in the society were exterminated by the white man in a violent, like that was literally his source. And this is just, the tip of the iceberg of problems with the book, but to me that was the one that really stood out to me. Is they're telling you how savage these people are because they didn't have Whitey to tame them, and his source for it was Whitey going around killing them. That's typical of the sort of scholarship that you get out of that book. And to me, it wouldn't be a problem if it were just, a typical book that's just like is arguing something and the argument's not that strong. But the problem is that it then, because it gets promoted by the establishment and Steven Pinker's this public intellectual, this really, really poorly written, poorly argued book based on erroneous or even fabricated statistics is now shot up to the bestseller list. And now you have all these, really like basically shills for the neoliberal surveillance state online, quoting it as though it's gospel truth and using it to try and push out any legitimate critique of modern society. Be like, well, look at what Steven Pinker said. Look what this liar who, multiple times appeared on Epstein's flight log, by the way. Look at what he had to say about the like how terrible and horrible these hunter-gatherer societies were and how much better things are. And he's done a lot of damage to society with that book.
I can't really, because I haven't read that book, but it's kind of funny because I actually applied to be his graduate student. I'm actually I've got a Pinker book 2 feet in front of me. It's my next book that I'm going to be but it's because I was interested in my big thing was cognitive science and the evolution, cognitive evolution and linguistic and early social cognitive cognition. Or something, social cognitive development and processing. So I wanted to work with him in the domain of early social cognitive and linguistic development. And in those areas, he's very strong, and he's very strong in the cognitive sciences. So the book that we're talking about now that he read, that's a bit of a departure from his ordinary lane. It's it's linked to what he normally does, but it's also he has 1 foot in and 1 foot out. And the foot out is certainly out. And so I trust he's done a whole bunch of reading. Obviously he has, but yeah, I can't really comment on that book because I haven't read it. But yeah, he is a very, very strong cognitive scientist. But I can say that.
Well, I know because he started out, I know he wrote things about linguistics and, he was taken fairly seriously as a linguist. So I assume that he, like a lot of these guys, he started out strong. The problem is that, and this happens with a lot of people, they end up branching off into fields that they don't actually know that much about, or that they, in his case, I think it wasn't so much they didn't know about, is that he had a very particular axe to grind. And he wasn't the first person.
Well,
I'll go down that route, but what's up?
No, I was gonna say, don't take this the wrong way. I'm not criticizing you, but I feel like you might have a bit of the opposite axe to grind, but that's not a bad thing, right? Because it's my guess is that there are probably areas where if you guys were to talk, you'd win him over, you'd pull him in your direction a little bit, and maybe he'd pull you in his direction a bit. Because you're probably looking at things from one angle and he's looking at them from another. And you know what I mean? So I'm not saying it's I'm not criticizing either of you. You know what I'm saying?
To me, though, the difference is that I'm not going to base, if I ever write a book, I'm not going to basically falsify information. And this is the big problem. I mean, this is the reason why that book has such a poor reputation in academia, is because literally the statistics that he used for his thesis were, in some cases, seem to have been made up, because there's no source that can actually be found that claims what he's claiming. And in a whole lot of other, and this has been actually demonstrated by multiple people. I'll try to find the article that talked about this, but there were probably at least close to 100 instances of this, of where he either will just flagrantly misreport and misrepresent statistics that don't actually appear in the sources, or else he'll take statistics based on like really shoddy samples. Like there's the example I was giving of the group that were being massacred by white people, and that was being described as tribal violence instigated by this tribe. There are other examples where like there would be like a battle where 5 people were involved and 2 of them died, and therefore that was like a 40% fatality rate when there were 5 people involved. So it was like it was very poorly argued, and it was based on like shoddy data, and that was presented as as this factual analysis. And the problem is that when you do that, and you obviously have a complete axe to grind, and then the other side, and this is the other thing he got critiqued for, was then painting way too rosy a picture of the present, where he started just ignoring, all the things that happen in modern warfare that maybe aren't, counted as violent deaths because they're not directly caused by violence. Starving people's entire nations into submission technically isn't written off as combat death, but it still happens a ton of times in our society, in modern society. It's usually, the West and America that are responsible, but that doesn't get counted, even though, Stephen Pink, he's totally okay with counting that sort of thing if it's in a tribal society, but then he'll make excuses for why that doesn't count in modern society. So he's dishonestly framing the argument in every way imaginable in order to bolster his thesis. Why? Because again, he's got, a cushy job basically working to promote the military industrial complex, working to promote.
I wouldn't say that. Like cushy job, okay, but like he also has total academic freedom. Like all but total academic freedom. Like I don't get the impression with him that he's some subservient of the military industrial complex.
I would say he doesn't have total academic freedom in the sense that if he were, I do not believe that if he were critical and were writing the opposite, he would be, a public intellectual with the fame, fortune, renown that he currently enjoys. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Noam Chomsky has basically smashed every hornet's nest he can with a baseball bat for the last 40 straight years, and he's fine.
Even with Noam Chomsky, though, it's interesting because even with him, you'll notice though that he will only go so far though. Like he won't go as far as
he's gone really far. He manufacturing consent was an absolute full frontal assault on the entire media, government, and big corporation incestuous triangle. Like that was he basically just put the world's biggest flashlight on one of the most corrupting influences in American and Western society. He's been critical of American militarism on various fronts and very vocal about it.
It's interesting though, because even with that though, you notice that yes, I get all that, but then at the same time, he turns around though and he tells people that you should still basically that he didn't turn around and tells people he did this even back in the 90s. He would tell people, well, you have a moral duty to vote for Bill Clinton. And now, you have a moral duty to vote for Joe Biden, even though these people are at the heads of the military industrial complex. And he shames you not only obviously for voting for the other guy, but even for not voting, which to me, that's a sign that you're still kind of on the plantation. You know what I mean? You're okay. So you're giving these critiques, but you're only going so far because you're not actually giving a full scale critique, because you're still turning around and then saying but by the way, you have a moral obligation to support, Joe Biden as he goes on his escapades, bombing the hell out of people and just generally being another imperialist.
So, yeah, no, fair enough. But the thing is he made the very damning criticisms. He showed how the incestuous relationship between big donors, large corporations, government officials, and the media works. That was just he just put the light on basically what might be like, if it's not the root cause, it is like very close to the root cause of so many problems. And he hammered on that. So like, and the thing is too, like with the thing about like I can't remember if he I'll take your word that he did that. And that could have just been like, sort of like a lesser of two evils thing. But while he was doing the lesser of two evils, like, yes, for this election, we need to do this. Like, at the same time, though, he was like making the big project against the entire system with manufacturing consent and those public debates he did and the many. Yeah, like, I think that if like Pinker, I don't think Pinker has done anything even remotely close to as strong as that.
Yeah, obviously, I agree with that. Obviously, I think that, obviously, Noam Chomsky has done a lot of things that a lot of people would find very scary. And Steven Pinker is not. But at the same time, I think that to a large degree, though, first of all, you do have to keep in mind that although Chomsky does have a huge degree of eminence as a public intellectual, he's also had a much harder time. Like he's suffered a lot more for it than Pinker has for his views. Let me put it this way.
He's put his neck out much further. But I guess the reason I brought up because I think you suggested that something along the lines of that, like he's serving like the military industrial complex and he couldn't not do that. Like or whatever,
no, I would say that I think he's finding that it's in his benefit. I suspect that there's ulterior motives, just because in general, although I don't have hard evidence that he's like that, like I could prove like, oh, I think he's like serving these interests.
Yeah.
First of all, if you look at like academia in the West, largely it is now in bed with the military industrial complex. You see, even a place like Harvard. Harvard is basically a training camp now for like CIA, and it's completely crawling basically with military industrial influences. Is completely, Harvard is turning out people that end up coming straight out and getting jobs with Raytheon and things like that. And this is known to be happening. So to a large part, it's just this unfortunate state of 21st century academia. But to another extent, I think that it's very clear that when I'm just going to be really suspicious when anybody is going around there and telling literally exactly the exact narrative to a T that the like neocon interests would want you to say. Like it's the same thing with somebody like Francis Fukuyama. Francis Fukuyama was literally saying exactly in the early 90s what all the propagandists were saying after the fall of the Soviet Union, like, oh, we have this new great era of unipolar American power, and we're gonna like that was what all the propaganda coming out of like the George H.W. Bush administration during that exact same period was. All he did was he put a more intellectual face on it. And by the way, guess what? 30 years later, his book, The End of History and the Last Man, looks like an embarrassment because most of his predictions turn out to be wrong and stupid. But like for the time, it was a temporary cheerleading exercise that fired up a lot of people with false hope that this maladaptive system was somehow going to work itself out in such a way that's going to win and become this new global system. We'd have the end of history and all this, wake history crap. And it was it was an exact mirror on a more intellectual level of the propaganda that was coming out of the presidential administration and the press secretary under Bush would say the same crap. And the general zeitgeist of the time was to promote this crap. And of course, now you got this public intellectual that's giving a stamp of approval to this crap. And Steven Pinker was the same thing 20 years later in the early 2010s for the Obama administration. He was their representative of, hey, look, like, just trust the system, bro. It's all going to be great, bro. Just let us, wage all these wars for peace, bro. Because we're just like, by doing this, we're making the world a better place, and we're bringing an end to violence. It's the same stupid thing that's been pulled since the Vietnam War. No, actually, we need to get involved because this is actually how we end violence. This is how we create a better world, is by, destabilizing the Middle East and creating slave market disaster in Libya. Like, this is really what like freedom looks like, bro. And I have a hard time disassociating Steven Pinker's views with the views that were being proliferated out of the media at the time when that book was being written.
Okay, yeah. I'm not saying too much because I haven't read it, so, but I do think it's useful to have these kind of conversations. Like, it would be very cool to see him, like, just do have like long form conversations with somebody like you. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the other problem, is that I don't know if you're familiar with his presence on like Twitter and on like social media. Apparently he, even though he's convinced that this is the best that we've ever had it, he decides to spend the best time in human history having like really like childish Twitter spats like for hours and hours a day. Like I heard this from Edward Dutton, because Edward Dutton has had a long series of very unpleasant exchanges with him, and apparently he's very like emotional and prone to throwing hissy fits online. Which
is brutal though. Like, oh my god, it's so brutal. But yeah, like how many people do that? Like, I've seen so many people succumb to that kind of behavior on Twitter.
Obviously, it's not very. I agree. I would actually hazard the statement that the existence of Twitter is proof that Steven Pinker's wrong and that we're not living in the best time in human history.
Yeah, it's not a good medium. I don't think it's I don't think it's good for mental health. I don't think any of these text-based communication system is good for mental health, but Twitter is probably the worst.
What do they do? How does it affect it?
I can give you a lot of reasons.
You mean like it because it's not face to face and you lose?
Okay, so let's look at how the quality of a conversation would go, right? So first off, yeah, what you just said, like you are not like, okay, so just as an analogy, psychological distance matters. It is much easier to shoot someone in the from 75 feet away with a gun than to stab them point blank right at them, right? The social distance matters. When you can't see the person, hear the person, when you probably don't even know their name because they probably have some avatar or fake name, like like Ron from Toronto, who's that guy, or like traditional culture, it doesn't have a name, right? You can't see. It's so easy to not treat them respectfully. That's a big, and then it becomes like a flame war. Two, it's like, let's say like right now, like if I say something you disagree with, at any point you want, you can say, wait a second, and I'll stop and we'll deal with your thing, right? But let's say that I'm writing a 3-paragraph response to you, and in sentence 2, I already set up a premise that you think is faulty, and then I said the whole rest of my post building on that thing that you think is off base from the start. You're going to get so annoyed reading this thing. You know what I mean? Because you're just seeing me make this argument that's more and more based on something bullshit. But like, if you would
there's a lot of assumptions in that. Like,
maybe
I know how to critically read a rebuttal.
Oh no, but so what I'm saying is like you can, like, if there's a disagreement or a misunderstanding, for example, you can ask me right then and there. Well, wait a second, and we can clarify, right? But like if it's a text, you got to read the rest of this comment of mine maybe with a false understanding that we could have clarified. It's clunky. It's not easy. It's I think there's the psychological distance, right? There's also the idea
that's existed since the beginning of writing, like thousands of years ago.
But so like, look at this conversation now. So this kind of conversation now, it's like I've had people like me and, for example,
Aiken.
Yeah, Aiken, yeah. Like, we got along instantly this way, even though we were in tension. Like we were having a very tense exchange in text. It changed on a dime in person. I have this one friend who, like, we sometimes get in these spats with each other, and every single one of them, not without exception, has started on a text-based conversation. We've never had a conflict ever in this medium, but we've had plenty of them on that one. And in every single case where we had a conflict in that medium, and we were trying to deal with in that medium, but it was just getting worse and worse and worse. We come on this, and within 20 minutes, we've got it solved.
I'm partly playing devil's advocate, although
Yeah.
I mean everything I said about my
Oh,
points.
sure,
But
yeah.
I have said many times, I've
Yeah.
I've seen fights on Twitter all the time, and I've been in plenty of them, where I know it would not happen if we were on Zoom.
Yeah, well, so you see how little I participate in text-based conversation. Like in my own Discord, I don't really talk much on it. Like it's just for me, it'll be just quick comments. Like I don't participate in those big long back and forths. I would rather just do it this way.
I've been kicked out of communities
Mhm.
for text, like post in forums, and I know if we were face to face, none of that would have happened. Like they see something you write, and it snowballs because it's all being resolved by text. And if any one of those people would have hopped on a face to face conversation with me,
Yeah.
none of that the conflict would not have gotten to the point.
Yeah, it's like you're reading. You don't necessarily know the tone. You might think you know the person's tone, but you might be wrong. It's like, but if you saw the person say it and like you can see their facial expression, their body language, their tone, how high their voice is or isn't. So there's going to be way less.
You get more data to.
Yeah, and then also because you can see the person, you have less psychological distance, and so you're both. It would be more uncomfortable and maybe fear-inducing to be aggressive with the person. But like as long as the person has a face that doesn't look like vindictive, you probably actually don't want to. You know, it makes you more likely to, I think, to be pro-social. Whereas when you can't see the person, like it's almost like like this an anonymity effect or something. It's like the madness of crowds based on, but like there's just one of you, but you have the anonymity.
Well, if we get in a fight with Trad, he's gonna have to turn his camera on if he wants that effect. Otherwise, he's at a disadvantage.
Well, maybe someday. I don't like showing my face if I don't have to.
It's more to make a point in what Ron's saying than anything else.
It's funny because I'm high right now, so I can barely remember what I've even said.
Oh, communication, like face to face versus.
Oh yeah, right, yeah.
Anonymous.
I'm barely hanging on right now. Yeah, I hate text-based conversations so much.
I've gotten in more conflicts, I think, through text than in person. Although I get in plenty in person, but people can do things with text. Like,
well,
you're right. There's some kind of data stream missing from text that it leaves it more open to people's.
I will say there's
interpretation and reading their own self into the text.
One more quick thing, and it's even without the conflict, it's just less efficient. Like I feel like if we're having some big discussion about like some contentious but complicated issue, like we could go back and forth with multi-paragraph posts for literally a couple of days. Right. Whereas
I see it on Discord.
If we just have the conversation, we probably could have the conversation in like well under an hour. But like if we do it in text, it could literally be something that we spend like 3 or 4 hours on over the course of the night.
Some people prefer text and are better at organizing their thoughts in text. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'd rather hop on a voice chat.
Yeah, I can see that argument. Like for me, like I actually am better at organizing my thoughts in text, but usually for most of the time, I'm doing well enough right now. For example, like I don't need to make what I'm saying anymore. I don't have to be like, oh, it has to be 20% better. It's fine. Right. But I could see myself, like if we were gonna have like with Aiken, for example, when we did our episode recently, like I knew that we were gonna be having disagreement. I prepared. What I did was I rewent because it's been a while since I've made those videos. Like I haven't thought about that professor in quite a long time, right? So I had to go back and remember like what my arguments were, and then I had to kind of like go back and look at my notes from before and just like write it basically just be able to like I wanted to make it so like I could say exactly why I did what I did, why I believe what I believe, and and all that stuff. And so I prepared for it. Yeah, but then we did it this way. Right. But I could see how, like, in some circumstances, like, like, for example, like if you guys were to like ask me about like something, an opinion on something, and I didn't know much about it, Like if it was text based and I was really motivated, I could go learn some things about it and then come back, you know. But now I can't. So now I just feel like, yeah, I can't really comment.
Yeah.
I'm so high that I'm already forgetting.
I know I did have a question for you, but I'll save it for when you're not.
It's actually kind of fun. Yeah.
Or I'll
Like,
give it to you. You could ponder on it. Because a while back you said that the way we're living currently is not sustainable, and I just wanted to know what specifically you meant by the way we're living. What about how we're living is not sustainable?
yeah, let's talk about that more next, like when I'm not high next time. But
Remind me.
But so there are so like what you could look at in terms of like you know, with the environmental approach to it, you know, like things like, you know, habitat destruction, overpopulation, whatever. That's one sort of risks, but that wasn't what I was talking about. I don't think it's just things like in Canada. Was that in general or in the context of Canada or the Western world? Was that talking about?
Whatever. In any, I guess the Western world, Canada would be a good
Okay.
example. I know you mentioned how unsustainable the housing is.
Yes, the housing, that is like concretely unsustainable, right? And that's causing a lot of problems. So let's look at Canada, right? Because it's going to reflect a lot of the concerns I have about the Western world in general. Although I think some of these things are worse in Canada. We're an inherently small scale tribal species of broken tribes, right? Families are broken, and even the ones that are intact, they're scattered all over the map. They barely see each other. We move frequently. We switch jobs and schools frequently. We sometimes switch countries, you know, and so do the people we know, right? We also might work here, live here, and socialize here. So it's like our day-to-day community is fragmented. We don't have those bonds, right? That is a very bad thing. That is not sustainable, I think. Or okay, maybe it's sustainable, but there's going to be a lot of undue misery. So,
I mean, we adapt to it. Like the new generation, I think, is more adapted to this fragmented, atomized cyber life than. But I definitely agree with the need for community.
It goes against our evolution. I think it goes against our biology.
Yeah, but even things that go against our biology, we eventually adapt to. Western civilization is not exactly in line with their biology.
This is so I don't know, man. I like we might like I'm not saying it's not sustainable, but I think there's going to be like it's you can't really know, but like there's going to be more mental health problems, more substance abuse type problems, more depression, all that kind of stuff, more anxiety, more antisocial.
Maybe until they adapt. Maybe that's just like
no, but there would have been no, there's going to be I think there's going to be more of those kind of bad things. We're going to keep on going, right? We're going to go. It's not going to end the world.
Yeah, and we'll find solutions to all of
no,
things
but like
you
I'm
just
just saying,
described.
I don't think so. Like, because I think we're making it.
But if we're going to evolve in one direction, we're going to evolve in those directions eventually alongside of that as well, or we have the potential to.
Well, that could take a very, very, very like many thousands of years. And culture,
yeah, that's the scale I'm looking at.
Culture is a moving target because our culture is changing so fast. It's hard for evolution to like. It might be harder for evolution, us, because the environment keeps moving. So, like, if the environment keeps moving, there's not time to become more adapted to the new environment because it's not.
The technological environment that we're creating is outpacing our ability to adapt.
Exactly. Yeah. Like our culture is changing so much, like it always will, but it is so fast outpacing evolution, and we're just like it's the whole thing I talk about. Like we're walking through a dark forest in the dark, and we're not leaving a bread trail, and we're going faster and faster and faster. It's this risky.
Well, I think we have plenty of bread trails from
but we can't go
already that we can.
We couldn't just go back to being hunters and gatherers, for example. You know, we couldn't.
No, but we could use the bread trails to find new paths forward. And I do agree that with the current solution to the things you describe is some kind of healthy community for now. Like we haven't evolved beyond that being the optimal solution.
So, and I think maybe that's something that I think will, and I hope grows. Like, in fact, maybe I should make some YouTube videos about it because that's what I've done. Like, I found this amazing church. I have my first community. Like this community actually genuinely, it means a lot to me. I never like, even though like, you know, I've kind of my faith is like, I'm basically agnostic. I still pray every single day and I mean it, but I'm agnostic. And
what are you praying to then?
Yeah, God, Jesus, you know, but like, it's like, but ultimately, genuinely speaking, I am agnostic. And I will never have nothing but the absolute and total respect. And I used to be an atheist activist. I get it. Right. So yeah. But yeah, my church means everything to me. And if my faith were to come back with a higher degree of confidence, I'd be happy about that. But no matter what it is at, like one, it's like, I'm still praying every single day and I mean it. Like I'm ultimately agnostic as to whether I'm talking to myself or not. But even if I'm just talking to myself, I find it very valuable because the things I'm praying for, they function as me being engaging in. It's mindfulness and reminding myself every day of the kind of person I want to be. Because my prayer is not just like I'm saying things like, God, like please help me be present today and to devote myself to devote my full energy to the present moment throughout the day to make it all it can be, rather than fixating on worries and fears. Please help me be more patient with people and not put my efficiency over other people's well-being and things like that. So I'm trying to remind myself of the kind of things that I want to do today. And so even if there's God's not there, still totally it's still serving the function of me trying to reminding myself of this is the kind of person I want to be today.
Mm-hmm.
Very useful. But yeah, my church community, they really do mean a lot to me. The whole thing means so much to me. So yeah, and it's I didn't have a community for a very, very, very long time, and so it's just so much better for me. And I don't think I'm alone, and I think more people
Oh no, you're definitely not. The
Yeah,
community is what has gotten me through it.
Yeah, were you so inclined? Some of my earliest YouTube videos, a lot of them actually, were addressing in a bunch of them, I actually made the case for Christ that maybe take the case, that maybe say, hey, seriously, maybe, right? And I laid out the whole case, but the reason I was doing it wasn't to convert atheists. It was to get what because for me, I never would have I had this huge aversion to church for a very long time, and it's because I did not respect it. I thought it was all silliness and nonsense, and there was no more reason to believe this than the flying spaghetti monster, and so I couldn't respect it, and that kept me out, right? But it's learning about I actually I got to the point where I moved past that level of aversion, right? So I moved past that, but still, it's I think that with the case for Christ and everything, you cannot just write it off the way you could the flying spaghetti monster argument, just the whole any generic God, because there's a whole bunch of arguments from prophecy. And the thing is that, hey, maybe it's all wrong, but the thing is that there actually is a decent case to be made. And again, it could be wrong, right? But you'd have to go back and do a lot of scholarship that would involve studying the work of people who studied various.
The whole coming back from the dead thing is where they lose me. Not necessarily the historical existence, but
oh, fair enough. No, but it's if you were so inclined, you could watch the videos, right? But the whole thing, my point was not to convert people. It was to say, hey, to atheists, it could all be false, but it is not this silly nonsense that's anywhere near as unfounded as you might think it is.
Yeah, I don't think it is either anymore.
Right.
I used to
And
when I was an atheist.
And so if I can get people to that point, right, then the ones that aren't going to church because it's out of a sense of dismissive contempt or whatever, they might say maybe, and they might start going to church, and they may actually find this amazing community that they can really feel a life, this will be your community for the rest of your life, and you are forever a better person and have a more full life because of it, and the world's a little bit better, all that good stuff.
Yep.
But if you may never ever stop not believing, okay, that's okay. But isn't your life better now? You have a community of people that you genuinely care about and who genuinely care about you, and you care about that community. Isn't your life better now? That's, I think for a lot of people, the answer would be yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. And so it's yeah. So the point of those videos would just be look, it's maybe if you can get to the point where you feel hey, I don't believe these things, but it's actually not that dumb. You might actually be able to actually go and give it a real shot, and you'll be nicer to the people there because you won't be holding them below you anymore, or at least not as much as you were before, at the very least, right? And it might lead because there are no real there are no really a-religious religions or whatever. There's not non-theistic community. Like it just basically doesn't exist. Your opportunities for community in society are family, church, and or other religions, synagogue, mosque, whatever, temple, or like maybe that you're part of a residential community that's very tight and long term. Well, no one lives in that anymore, right? So there goes that. And what if you don't have a tight family? What if your family's all over the map? There goes that. All you've got left is church and synagogue.
I don't know. I found community outside of church, but so I wouldn't say all, but it's certainly
But what would it be? Where would be a place though where you have community that is where it might last for the rest of your life, or at least decades? That's harder to find. Like a political movement that usually is temporary, and then as the political issues change, so are your alliance is going to change. That's not stable, and it's based more on the negative than positive. You could have like maybe your military or something, okay, but that's temporary. No, but they'll have a long term, like kind of like the Legion and whatnot. So yeah, that one's actually not bad. That's actually pretty good. But again, most people are not military. You could be in like a mixed martial arts community. That's another one because you could do it for decades and then maybe get into coaching as you get older. That's doable. But again, not everyone can do that. But like for those who can, good for you. So there's going to be things like that. But a lot of people, there's going to be nothing outside of religion that would actually give them a community that was engrossing, deeply meaningful, connected to them to people and people that they would be a part of the lives of for the next bunch of decades. It's very hard to find that outside of religion. There's a few things like we just talked about now, but there's not that many things. It's too bad. Like I wish there was.
I think there is. I mean, it depends on the creative imagination of the person, but there's activity groups, identity groups.
But I'm talking a stable community that you
a stable community.
So I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, you too, Trad. Yes, great talk.
Peace, dude. Yeah, that was a good talk.
I mean, I just wouldn't want to be dogmatic and say only church can give you this. Like, I think people find community in all kind of things.
I don't. Okay, fair enough. Like who am I to judge?
And they can be. I've seen communities be just as stable. I have alumni groups that I'm part of. Mental health groups. I have Mensa. I was in Mensa for a while.
These are not
established. These people have known each other for decades.
No, but knowing someone is my church. These relationships, they are deep. Like,
how do you know how deep we were? You seem to have a bias again that it must be church to qualify as community. And I'm trying to give you examples of.
What was the biggest? What were the biggest things one person?
I'm more interested why this fight's even important to you, or why you can't just say I could see people finding community and
not in the ways you just said. Those are going to be.
So there is. Well, we're going to have to take this up next time because I'm interested in this. So there is something particularly about religion.
It's not just a community.
So does it have to be a Christian church?
Not at all. Not at all. Like, and the thing is, I'm not like happy.
But it has to be a church.
It has to be like. Okay. Here's what I'm saying. Essentially, I'm not saying what it has to be, but what it is.
Because every time I give examples, you raise the bar to make it be only church.
My bar is high to begin with. This is my church. To me, is literally like my family. It's that deep.
Yes,
yours no, like you.
But you don't know how any of mine were. I agree with what you're saying. I support it.
Yeah, but Mensa, you cannot compare that. Mensa is nothing like that. Like in my church,
how do you know what my Mensa chapter was? Because they're all different. They're all local chapters.
So a person in my church. Here's what happens. People have
Before you even tell me, without even knowing, you're already deciding.
No, yeah, I am. I do not think you guys are doing what.
But you're not basing that on. You're not basing that on any
Okay, fine. Okay, tell me, in your community, has someone's house burned down and the community raised thousands of dollars for them?
Yeah,
Has
I've
that-
been in communities like that. Like just but Cajuns like that are alone or
Okay.
do that for each other.
Okay,
That's
so
one
it's
of
okay.
our
So,
cultural traditions.
okay. So let me actually let me like do a non-accusatory. Okay, just
I'm just
let
I'm
me actually get a
finding it
sentence.
interesting how
Let me get a
your
sentence though.
empiricism
Dude, no,
gets
let me ask.
compromised
Dude,
on
I'm
this
trying to
topic.
ask you a question. I'm trying to ask you. So non-accusatory here. Have you been in communities where if someone's house burns down, the community will come together with almost everyone in the community donating like money? And like, have you ever been in a community where yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so what was it?
I've been in plenty of them. My mom lost her house in the hurricanes 3 times. All her friends and neighbors came out and helped her
Fantastic.
get it back.
Okay, that's okay. Good.
I know every example I get, you're going to find some way to discount.
No.
Because I can already
Dude,
tell this is how the conversation's going.
Dude, you're not understanding me right. What you just said was a good example. Granted, check. That person, if you have that.
I put a link in the chat. I did a whole podcast on the communities I've been in and how they have impacted my life and everything that they've done for me in times of crisis.
Okay. That's fantastic. That's actually fantastic. I think if you found communities that it's so emotionally deep that you feel like I'm a part of a real community here, like I'm in a tribe. It's not just me against the world. These people have my back and I have theirs. And that makes you feel a level of safety, less neuroticism, and more connected. That's very healthy. If you've had that community outside of religion, fantastic, man. That's
not
good.
just me. I'm saying I think people can find what you just described. If those are your only parameters, people can find. There's a range of groups people can find that in that are not necessarily religious.
If they can, more power to them. That's fantastic. I just want them to have them. Okay.
Yeah, me too.
But so that's fantastic. Okay. But like for anyone else though, there might be people who they cannot find a community of those non-religious types that mean anything to them. And they may be atheists and have nothing but contempt for religion. Maybe if they lost that contempt, even though they might not come to the belief, they might avail themselves of this kind of community because to them, they're not into the kind of communities that you might cite. And so they haven't been able to find a match in any of those. For someone who has not found a match, I want to open up a new door to them. I want, and so I think if there's a barrier, I want to be able to help move that barrier out of the way. Even if they go to like a mosque, I don't care what religion, and I don't care if they even change their belief. But if they find a community that is that deep that they haven't been able to find before, because maybe none of the ones that not everybody wants to be in a Brazilian jiu-jitsu community, for example, right? Like maybe they haven't been able to find the one for them yet. For some of them, this might actually work. And
I agree. It's one option among many. I absolutely agree. And if you're helping someone to find community, that's a good place to start. That's a good place to point them.
Yeah. So I guess I'm skeptical of how common the kind of communities you're talking about are, but I'd love to be wrong. So
you can be skeptical, but you're skeptical based on no information about you're being skeptical out of bias, I think.
I don't know. It's hard for me to see many of these communities that are like outside of religion, with a few exceptions, things like, maybe fraternities, sororities.
I think that's a limitation on you, that it's hard for you to.
I don't know. I don't think it's a limitation on me. I'm just skeptical. I would need to be shown evidence I would need to be shown evidence.
So your default position in the absence of evidence is to be skeptical.
Literally lived it. I was starving for community for a very long time. I was actively seeking out, finding nothing. So I literally have lived it. Okay, and I've talked to other people.
Yeah, that is your your particular path.
Right. So I know that it's possible. I absolutely know that it's possible. And I would need to be shown evidence that there are people like that have these kinds of enduring, deep.
It's not something you can just imagine.
I would need to see evidence. I'm not going to just assume it's true. I'm skeptical because I couldn't find it myself.
That just seems like such an odd thing to be skeptical about. That people can find community in many places.
Okay, give me evidence. I just want to see evidence. But we can talk about it next time.
Okay.
Look, I didn't hey, I didn't doubt what you just said. Well, I did, but I took your word.
That's what I find so curious.
But ultimately, I took your word for it. But it's I want to see how common this is.
I'm not making it a claim for it being common at all. I'm just saying it's possible. Like I have found community, non-religious community. I have helped other people find it. I've helped create it.
Oh, okay. So I can grant. Yeah, I'm definitely not saying it's possible. I'm definitely not saying it's not possible. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, I could never find anything like this, and I looked for like deep community, not just, oh, you're a Red Sox fan, so am I. That's not a community. I'm talking about deep community where people, like, they feel a sense of duty and pride in making serious sacrifices for each other if it's necessary, like letting one of your fellows who's homeless come stay with you for 2 months. That kind of thing, that level of sacrifice. I'm skeptical as to how many people have that outside of religion and family. And I'm assuming that there's a lot of people who don't have it at all. And I bet a good chunk of them are people that are not participating in religion. And maybe it's because they have contempt for it. Some of them. I know that I'm speaking to a small segment of society, but I know they're existing because that was me. And I know that there are people out there who are having trouble finding community, who are not religious. That was me. And then I finally came around into not being so prejudiced against it. And I found this amazing community, and my life is so much better. And I looked for this for a long time, and I couldn't find it. So I know that it's possible to be someone like me, because I literally was like me.
I think that's a great message for others to hear.
And yeah, and so it's like it's hard for me because I wasn't able to find any kind of like of that. But I did give examples of like certain types of other kind of like enduring, like another one would be like the brother of police officers, retired police officers. That's another one. Ex-military. But even them though, it's like unless there's regular face-to-face interaction, because we need to be among each other. We need to have that connection. Like I don't know, like regularly meeting. And have special days of the year too where there's some pageantry, or just like it's a special day, like those are big,
I think that's important. In fact, my last project I did, we compiled several pages of notes on what makes up a community, which we can talk about next time if you want.
Definitely. Yeah, no, but ultimately speaking, like I would like to be wrong because I think the world is better.
Well,
the more people
don't worry.
The more
you are.
Yeah, the more people that have community, an enduring community, the better. And as long as the community is not hurting anyone, I don't really care too much what it is. If it's
well, just have faith that it's possible. Outside.
Oh yeah, I grant that it's possible. I just because I've given some examples myself, right? But I think it can be hard to find. There's not, you know what I mean? Very hard.
Yes.
Because not everyone is going to be as interested in the kind of things that tend to have those kind of things based on for them, Yeah. Yeah, what time is it? Oh yeah. Oh yes, it's now an hour earlier for you than me. Is it 10 where you are?
Oh, we moved times. Y'all stayed in the. You're back in the original time zone. No, did we move or you move? You didn't move earlier, and now you're in the place where.
We never move.
Right.
Arizona never changes the clock. It's so freaking good. It's so stupid that everyone else does.
So what is it? 10 there?
It's a little. Wait, yeah, I think it's 10.
You're in Mountain.
Yeah, it's 10. 10. It's 10. 11 minutes after 10. Yeah,
you're an hour into the future.
Yeah, so it's like, what is the benefit of this clock turning? Because I can certainly give a lot of drawbacks.
I just remember growing up, you got to sleep an hour later during one of them, and that was the best part. The days were longer.
For the next 4 months because now it's getting dark early. It's so stupid. Like in Toronto, in the dead of winter, it would be dark by 5:30 or something.
It's like dark at 4 o'clock here sometimes.
Right. And it's like I would rather have. Why did we bring rolling the clocks forward? Now it's like I would rather have it be dark by 5:45, not rather than 4:45 or whatever, an hour later. Because a person is going to go to work and then they're going to get out. And it's already dark out, or they only get a half an hour of light after work or less. That's shit. Make it an hour more. People don't need that extra hour of sunlight in the morning the way they would like it in the evening. Like, who are we accommodating here? And why are they so much more important than just like what would obviously make like almost everybody happier all the like, just come on. What am I doing? Yeah, and then it's just, and then on top of that, increased frequency of things like car accidents, shit like that, like things, just like those statistical bump ups. That's like, so that's another like reason. It's like, why are we doing this? Like, where is there's all this like annoying downside. What is the upside of this?
I'm trying to look at the rationale. It seems like it goes way back in history, longer than I thought. They're even bringing in examples from the Romans,
I don't, but
like the need to adjust time to the seasons.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, okay. I forgot. I'm on the stream. Well, anyway, we're about to end anyway, unless anybody else wants to come on. We've been going over 4 hours. In fact, Chris fell asleep. Oops. Looks like he's the dead has arisen.
No, I've been awake for a little while. I've just been sitting here like.
I'm waiting for Ron to get back so I can tell him why we have daylight savings.
Okay.
Yeah. Doing okay?
What?
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just keep getting really freaking like exhausted from like the. I don't remember what happened this time.
You were having a vertigo spell.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
Oh, hey, it's Chris.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just remember Jeff. I never heard from Boyce.
Oh well, he's at they had that gender conference in Denver. So that's where he is. He got married and then he went off to so he's been jet setting.
Oh, okay.
Next time I see him, I will definitely.
Yeah, I've got like a cool topic I'm working on that I want to do a like it doesn't have to like it's something that would be perfect for him. That I want to do, and yeah, like he would just be such a good person to do it. Like I would love to do a video.
You want me to tell him what it is?
Yeah, I think I might have. So again, like, I'm high right now, right? So I still have to develop the idea more.
What better time?
So, but let me see what I can remember here.
Does it involve detransitioning? Because that's his seems to be his favorite topic.
Yeah, he puts a lot of video on that stuff. Yeah, I've seen that. Like just the titles. Fuck, I'm too high.
Okay,
but
well,
yeah,
next time. But do you know why we have daylight savings? I looked it up.
Oh no,
it was energy conservation.
Okay. So tell me more.
To match the daylight hours that when the times people are awake. To match our schedule to the times where people are most likely to be awake, so they wouldn't have to use as much energy.
Like
it was like a save the Earth movement.
So was it like lights, like, like using like electronic light? Or
yeah, and it was in World War II. They passed it as well, at least in the U.S. They passed it as part of a wartime act.
Oh shit! Okay.
And then they repealed it, and then they reinstated it at some point. And people just went along with it because they're like, oh, "Okay, this is for the war."
When did this start?
World War One, they Germany and Austria implemented a 1-hour clock shift to conserve electricity needed for the war effort. The United States followed suit in 1918.
Holy
And then it
shit!
got
Okay, wow.
repealed in 1919, so they did it for a year. And then in 1942, Roosevelt reinstated it for World War II, and it stayed ever since.
I guess I don't know why, but I just thought this stuff went back even. I didn't realize it was this recent.
Well, in the modern world, it is. There were the Wikipedia article had something going back to the Romans and their water clocks.
Like I always say about like the farms or the farmers or something.
Yeah, well, they say that. They say most people think that it was conceived to give farmers an extra hour, but that's a common misconception. In fact, farmers have long been opposed to springing forward and falling back since it throws off their usual harvesting schedule.
Yeah, and it just like
it's something the technocracy devised. During wartime.
I was never satisfied with that answer with the farmers thing because it doesn't make sense. It's like, why are all of societies changing what we do?
Oh,
just the small number.
I got to take this call, Chris. You and Chris talk.
All right. Okay. Yeah. It's just, you just hear what I'm saying.
The thing, but a long time ago. I almost forgot about it. But, yeah.
But yeah, no. See, this is the first explanation to me that actually I'm like, okay, I'm totally satisfied with that answer. That makes total sense. Yeah, the farmer thing never made sense to me. It's like why can't they just get up an hour earlier? Why do we all have to like adjust the whole clock system? Like they can just go to do what you're gonna do. Get up at a different hour if you want to. Go, I don't care. Right? That's why I was never satisfied by that answer. But this makes all the sense in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was like, I got so dizzy earlier, and I had to lay my head down, and then I guess I passed out. I didn't mean to.
Oh shit! Okay, yeah, I was wondering where you were because I actually just totally forgot about you just because because I got here and like you weren't in the camera, and at first I just figured maybe you're in the bathroom or something, and then periodically I would remember he's still not here. It's been like 25 minutes now or 45 minutes, but then eventually I just totally kind of like forgot about you basically because I just he's not here so.
Yeah, no, I mean I woke up kind of confused just now actually because like I got really really dizzy whenever I was talking to when we were talking to TCPS and Cascadian and like I went to the point where like I was like I really felt like I thought I was gonna have to like just end, but then I thought I'll just lay my head down for a minute and it'll go away, and I guess I fell asleep in the meantime. I didn't mean to. I don't know why. It was like one of the worst dizzy spells I've had.
Oh shit!
Honestly.
So so you fell asleep though, huh?
Yeah. Well, because I mean, if you lay still and with your eyes closed and quiet long enough, then yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Well, because so your head, I'm guessing your head stops spinning basically. And well, I guess because you stay still for a while, it settles down.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And then I guess you fell asleep in that process. I'm high right now, by the way, in case it wasn't completely obvious.
You seem fine.
Are you serious? In my head, I sound like a retard. I probably do, but
no, you sound like Ron.
All right. Well, although from your perspective, I'm high. Like when we talk, I'm like high, like probably like half that time. Like because we always talk in the evening, and in the evening at a certain hour, I use it as a sleeping aid. So I always smoke it like within an hour, 1 to 2 hours of going to bed. So every time I've been high for like half the conversation.
I don't know. I've never. There's been like 1 or 2 times where it was like maybe a little more obvious, like where you got a little more spaced out, like your words did. But like for the most part, like I don't think it ever shows that badly on you. I know, and I've known stoners before that like when they smoke, they turn into complete morons. So
yeah, it's like I tend to kind of I will have some intellectual conversation, but only about things that I'm quite familiar with. And I don't like because it's just I can't like it's hard for me to keep up with the conversation and stuff and like or to like I don't know I don't want to make comments about something and then like be like afterwards it's like oh that was fucking stupid like even when you're high you don't see everything so I'd rather like evaluate new ideas when I'm fine although like when I'm sober but I don't know I'm probably just like I don't know for some reason I guess I'm I almost don't want to make an ass of myself, I guess, or something, you know, or have to like backtrack on what, or like I kind of want to like, I don't know, like put my best stuff out forward always. And it's just like, it's kind of like uptight. It's kind of uptight on my part, you know, just like, fuck, just like have conversations. And if you disagree with yourself tomorrow, then that's fine. But for some reason, I guess I'm all like averse to that possibility.
I mean, I get the impulse. I mean, you know, you don't want to like, you don't. I mean, I guess it depends on how sensitive the topic is too, I suppose.
Yeah, and especially if it was like a controversial thing, it's like, fuck, I don't want to have to like go back and be like, oh fuck, that's shit. You know, I don't want to be embarrassed, you know, like feel bad or embarrassed or feel like I have to like, you know, rectify some social problem now because I did something that even now that I disagree with, you know, morally or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be kind of like, I don't know. Yeah, certainly like, I guess, especially the conversations lately. So there's so many people out there talking about Israel, Palestine, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's something, you know, you don't want to like say the wrong thing about it for certain. Like, it's not that it's necessarily like getting anyone like super canceled or anything like you think it would. I mean, I guess it really. I mean, when you got like groups out there that are like, you know, making paratrooper jokes and like supporting Hamas and not getting permanently canceled from all society, then I guess like there's pretty much, I don't know if canceling is even possible now. You know, I mean, can you imagine like people back like after 9/11, if people were like, you know, I guess there were a couple of jokes like that, but nothing like that was like that were like making like the people that flew the planes into the buildings like heroes or something like that. Like they were like, you know, making like, you know, t-shirts like we support the planes that flew into the buildings or that kind of thing. Can you imagine?
Gosh, yeah, I'm barely hanging on to this conversation. Like, it just, like I said, we just went into unfamiliar territory, or not like deeply.
Okay, we can go back off that. Don't worry about
it. But yeah.
I'm just saying. I don't even know if like I don't know if anyone has to worry that much about being canceled these days anymore, because it's like it seems like things put pretty off the rails and everyone's still pretty much okay. Maybe things haven't gotten as bad as they will. We'll see in like the next few months, I guess, or on I guess at least until the news cycle gets bored with it, right? I don't know. We've got a. I don't know that I can't believe there's like basically two wars going on right now, and I feel I don't particularly care much about either one of them.
I'm really not being attentive toward them really at all. Like, I just, you know, I hear shit, but like I'm not really. I watch maybe a video here and there about it, but that's about it.
I don't know. I mean, they're so far. I mean, as most wars are, they're so far disconnected from everything in my life right now, and I feel like for anything that I'm even trying to do right now, it's just like they just aren't the things that they aren't animating forces for my life right now. And I don't even know they could be. I mean, yeah, it makes me feel kind of like a cold asshole, but that's the way it is sometimes. Anyway. I can't believe I fell asleep for like 2 hours of the stream. That kind of makes me mad. kind of pissed myself right now.
No. I should get going so I can start doing my end of the day wind down.
But, yeah, sure.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Have a good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Ron.
All right, say good night to Jeff for me too, please.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Like, yeah. Yeah, well, I know that you guys are probably. I know that you guys are long gone now, but I do want to. My sincere apologies to Cascadian and TCPS. I did not fall asleep because you guys were boring. I was really interested in the conversation we were having, but I was spinning so hard that I felt like I just about like. I'm still kind of dizzy now, but it's not as bad. This has been happening lately. I start spinning so. My head starts spinning so hard I can't even keep myself like I literally feel like I'm wobbling somewhat. Like I can't keep myself from. Anyway, yeah. Well, yeah, it doesn't look like we've got. Looks like somebody's watching out there. Who's watching out there? Who's still out there? Are you there in the comments? Anyway. Well, there's some interesting comment. Except for that, I don't know what ended up happening here on the episode. I wish I wanted to go back and watch the parts that I was knocked out for. Hmm. Well, anyway. This is why I don't do a show on my out there like a solo show, because I don't know what to talk about or what to even. As I'm interacting with someone or with like the chat or something, I just have no idea what to say or how to proceed. I don't read enough news or enough stuff like that to fill any time. Let's see what we have on. Let's see here on the front page of YouTube. See if there's anything interesting. Not really. My YouTube algorithm's pretty weird though, because it's like because it's just like I don't know. I have a very like odd curation type thing. I have politics, and then I have political YouTubers, and then I have gamer YouTubers. So I watch a lot of stuff about like classic video games for some reason, and then I have like movie stuff, like movie tubers. I have a lot of those. And then people like from these circles, so like it's very limited. I don't really. I need to like expand my reach somewhat, so I get some different stuff in there. Oh, there. Hey, what's up?
It's gonna be a while. We might as well end. I'll see you
All
tomorrow.
right. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Oh, I was talking. I'm on my show right now.
Good night, everybody. mean, one person. Good night, one person out there.
It's not going. It's not. How much was